Good morning. I love that song.
Good morning.
Good morning. I
It's a,
love that song.
it's a good song.
Yeah, it always
Yeah.
it always gets me going. It gets me in even if I'm tired, I just hear that song. I'm like, all right, it's ready. It's go time. It's go
Yeah.
time. Oh, the things and tricks you play on your brain. You know.
Right.
Thank you for joining this morning, day 16 with the day 15 recaps. We got a little bit to talk about, and then we're going to check out the East Idaho News Day 15 recap as well. I think yesterday, like I said, I think it was the nail in the insanity defense when it comes to locking it into those jurors' minds. Uh, I don't know. It's either going to be hung jury or it's going to be insanity, I really think. What do you think after yesterday? I thought it was some damning testimony. I thought the defense did a great job um, pleading their case. And I really think the prosecution lost at the
I
end of
think
the day
so.
yesterday. I think
I
it's over.
think I think that yesterday was a terrible day for them, and I think that's also something they realized yesterday, which is why they started like trying too hard and behaving ridiculous. But
Yeah.
when it comes to what they're going to do today, I'm almost like already feeling on what they're going to cross examine for Dr. Zaisel. I feel like they're going to make an even bigger fool of themselves with
Oh.
him. I just,
Oh.
yeah, I do. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. Maybe they'll surprise us. But for the most part, I think that the prosecution is not feeling good today.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, they did. Let's be honest, they did kind of act out yesterday. They have throughout this trial, but yesterday, and all the sustained objections, and even the judge looked like he was getting a little frustrated there at the end with all the objections from the prosecution that weren't amounted to anything. And it literally looked like that. It looked like two little girls throwing hissy fits because they didn't get their way. They didn't get the toy that they wanted. And so they were acting out. You ever see those kids in the store when they don't get like some candy or something and their whole body just goes limp? You ever see?
Yeah.
It's like, damn, reaching. But yeah, it's kind of like
Yeah.
that. It's like the prosecution team, just didn't get the candy that they wanted in the aisle, and their whole body just went limp as they're bawling and making a scene. That's what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
And it's because I think they realized that they were losing, even with the witnesses and like some of the questioning from the prosecution, um, and how the witnesses were responding too. They were like getting a little snippy pissy too, like with some of the questioning. It was just like, come on now. I think even the witnesses were getting a little tired of it.
Yeah, and I know that some people in chat yesterday did bring up that there's nothing really wrong with being aggressive as a prosecutor, and I
No, you
100%
should be.
agree. I agree
You
with
should
that,
be.
but I still maintain like if you're attacking the person instead of what they're trying to say, then it just shows that you really don't have much. If there's no substance to what you're being aggressive about,
Right.
then well,
Right.
yeah. And I
Yeah.
think sorry. I think today because Dr. Zazel, he does speak a little slowly as well. I think that they're going to get impatient with him, and it's just not going to look good for them. But that's just my feeling so far. We'll see.
What I think that was out of all the testimonies that we've heard throughout this trial, and there was some of the family too, but I think with all the testimony that we have heard, out of anybody, I think the most important, the the most meaningful, and what's going to be the most impactful is the witness that we heard at the end of the day yesterday, and that we're going to start off today with. So,
Yeah.
um, during one of these breaks that we have today, I am going to play, if anybody missed it, and plus it's a nice recap too. In one of these slots, maybe the first break, I might, because we're just going to be watching part two of Dr. Zizel this morning. So maybe after during that first break, which will probably be right after Dr. Zizel, we'll play part one, just as a refresher, so you can kind of hear the whole testimony, but you're going to hear the part two before the part one. But I think it'll be a good refresher, considering everything, that we're going to hear today. But I really think that his testimony is going to be, now there's more to hear still, obviously, but up to this point, I think it is the most impactful, meaningful, most important testimony. It really shows you, even with Dr. Condi, it really shows you, is that what his name is? Condi? Yeah.
Yes, Donald Conde.
Um, Even with him, I think they really, if, and this is just my opinion, if anybody had questioned the insanity defense up until that point, I think those two doctors really hit it home. But especially Zizel, because he has the most access to her.
Yeah.
I think he really explained a lot, and I can't wait to see more testimony from him today. Really.
Yeah. And I think that there was really like the contrast between how much he put into his assessment of her compared to the time that the doctors put in when they were assessing her before any of this happened is like really noticeable, that
Mm-hmm.
he's seen her so many times and put all of this effort into like preparing his assessment for trial, and the other doctors before this were just writing prescriptions after, what was it, like 17 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So sad. It's and I'm glad, that it's unfortunate that this tragedy took place, but with every tragedy there's meaning behind it, and I think the meaning behind this tragedy is highlighting postpartum depression, psychosis, and highlighting the reckless practices of our medical industry. It puts it all on highlight. You know, a lot of people that didn't know about, myself included, that didn't know about postpartum psychosis. Um, there's even, what's her name? The girl that they found dead, that actress.
Oh, I
What's her
forgot her
name?
name. I forgot.
Um, Let me see. Pan Panettiere.
Yes.
What's her
That's
name? Did like sh- this? It's kind of crazy because, and I'll play it in one of these breaks, but there's the police reports and the details are discussing about how her mental struggles started after she had her firstborn, and she talked about it in interviews. She was like, it didn't matter, no matter what I tried, it didn't make sense. I just didn't understand why I couldn't be happy. I just had a baby, I just got married. um, I was excited to start a new family, I was excited for my career. And she was like, and then postpartum depression psychosis set in, and she's like, I couldn't just find happiness, and she never was able to recover from that. And so it's kind of crazy, like, you know, people are just associating it with an OD, but there's deeper emotions behind that stuff. And it's kind of crazy how, like, you have this trial going on, and then, you know, this happens a couple days ago. It's just putting the spotlight on it more, which it should, because,
Yeah.
you know, this is, there's babies involved, you know?
Yeah.
That's where postpartum psychosis and depression, like, there's babies involved. So why aren't we doing a better job as a society to make sure that we're taking care of our own species here, you know? These are our babies. These are our future.
Yeah, and I didn't even know that about her. It's Hayden Panettiere.
Thank you.
I had no idea that. I mean, I didn't really know a lot about her, but I had no idea she was going through that either until you just said so. So it is crazy that the timing of it. So I mean, all we can do is look for awareness.
Well,
Yeah, like
we're going to go through who are Jennifer Sprague and Shannon Buckingham, the Clancy prosecutors. We're going to go through an article that was written about a week ago explaining who these baby fit little children are. That's what they are. Just going to be honest with you. We're going to shout out Kevin Reddington again for doing more for postpartum mental health than our government has done in the last 250 years. Shout out Kevin Reddington again. But let me play this video for you guys real quick. Where's it at? Oh, let me play this video. This is them talking about it here. Hold on one second. Yeah, check this out. It's so sad.
Fans continue.
Good morning, Hopper, and good morning, Miriam. Thank you for hopping in.
To mourn the death of actor Hayden Panettiere, who was found dead on Sunday. While a cause of death has not yet been determined, a newly released police report reveals more details about her final moments. CBS News' Jesse Mitchell has the latest.
On Tuesday, mourners left flowers for actor Hayden Panettiere at the apartment complex in Greenville, South Carolina, where she died Sunday. More details are emerging about the 36-year-old's final moments. A newly released police report shows when authorities arrived, an officer saw, quote, multiple EMS and firemen performing CPR on a white female patient who appeared to be unresponsive. Panettiere's cause of death remains unclear, and toxicology test results are pending. But in radio chatter, first responders used the word overdose.
Spawn in place of Medic 29. Easley Bridge Road, overdose, CPR is in progress.
Panettiere, star of hit shows including Heroes in Nashville, spoke candidly about her battle with addiction in recent years.
So I was self-medicating and looking for relief at the bottom of a bottle.
In 2020, she spent 8 months in a rehab facility attempting to overcome opioid and alcohol addiction and address mental health issues, fueled in part by her battle with postpartum depression following the 2014 birth of her daughter.
There I am with this beautiful, healthy, beautiful baby girl in this very fortunate life, and I could not for the life of me be happy.
It's crazy.
that's crazy. It really is.
Yeah, when you hear stories like that and you're just like, damn.
Yeah.
Such a spotlight on it. Such a spotlight on it. All right, so I'm going to shout out Kevin Reddington, and then I'm going to, here, where's our documents screen? There it is, but it's not showing the documents. All right. Kevin Reddington, we just got to say shout out to you for he's doing a wonderful job in this trial. He's bringing a ton of awareness to the mental health struggles, and also the reckless practices of the medical industry. Okay. Let me just go to this screen instead. It just seems to work better. All right. I think we're going to retire the middle TV scene layout, Rosie.
Oh.
I mean, come on. Let's. I mean, we use full screen most of the time.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
do. We don't use that.
do we really need this still? I don't know. Let us know. Do we? Because it's been a while since we used the middle TV screen. Let us know. Should we keep it or come up with something new? Because I have some ideas. I got some good ideas for you. All right. We just don't have the room. All right. I make too many layovers and scenes, and it's ridiculous. All right. But we're going to go through this article here. Who are Jennifer Sprague and Shannon Buckingham, the Clancy prosecutors? Assistant District Attorneys Jennifer Sprague and Shannon Buckingham are prosecuting the case against Lindsay Clancy, a Duxbury mother accused of killing her 3 young children in 2023. Clancy, 36, is accused of killing 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan in January of that year. Sprague and Buckingham allege Clancy strangled the kids with exercise bands in the basement of their Duxbury home while her husband Patrick was out running errands. Clancy's defense attorney, Kevin Reddington, has argued that she was over-medicated and lacked criminal responsibility due to mental illness, including postpartum depression and psychosis. She was left paralyzed from a jump from a second-story window the night the children were killed. Sprague and Buckingham from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office represent the Commonwealth as Assistant District Attorneys, or ADAs. Plymouth County ADAs handle cases in courts throughout the country and may also appear before the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court, Appeals Court, and courts in other counties, according to a posted job description. They work on criminal trials, arraignments, pretrial hearings, and other court proceedings. Sprague and Buckingham have been taking turns questioning witnesses throughout Clancy's murder trial, and here's what to know about the prosecutors. Well, I'm glad we're finally getting to it. When does AOL do? They're still around?
I don't know. It was when I was trying to find out more about this too. It was the only one that had it. So
That's crazy.
yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't know AOL was still around. You've got mail. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague has worked at the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office since December 2023. Wow, I couldn't tell. I thought she was fresh off the block.
Right.
With the way that we were seeing the presentation here. No, she's been around for 23 years. I thought she was fresh off. That's crazy. According to her profile, she has tried 28 homicide trials and more than 40 superior court cases involving SA, firearms, narcotics, and DV offenses, as well as hundreds of district court cases. Sprague earned her bachelor's degree in political science from Bridgewater State University in 1999 and a Juris Doctorate from New England Law Boston in 2003. She was admitted to the Massachusetts Bar on December 12th, 2003, according to the state's Board of Bar Overseers. During the trial, Sprague has presented several pieces of physical evidence, including the children's pajamas and pill bottles prescribed to Clancy. What to know about Shannon Buckingham? They're both so the nastiness of the souls. Who like Who they like? Do you remember when they had their own witnesses up there testifying, and they were badgering their own witnesses and like pushing
Yeah.
for for like contempt and impeachment? It's like what?
I know, and
What?
also I was gonna say it's like it's amazing that they have each other. Like they just found each other and they're such a good fit.
I know they are. They're the same. It's like
Yeah.
crazy. Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham has worked at the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office since 2011. According to her LinkedIn page, she served as chief of the Family Protection Unit at the District Attorney's Office. Her profile says Buckingham earned her bachelor's degree in political science from Stonehill College in 2003 and her Juris Doctorate from Northeastern University School of Law in 2011. She was admitted to the Massachusetts Bar on November 14, 2011. According to the state's Board of Bar Overseers, in the prosecution's opening statement on July 27th, Buckingham noted how Cora, Clancy's 5-year-old daughter, liked to wear large bowls in her hair. That's weird to, quote, state that in an article as a highlight of the opening statement.
It is.
That is very odd. Who wrote this? Buckingham has worn several bows in her own hair throughout the course of the trial.
Oh, I see why they're doing it, and I've wondered why because I saw she had bows in her hair, and I was like, that's not court attire. Why is she? So okay, that makes sense, but it's also a bit strange to do that.
Okay, I could see it if the family. Okay, let's think about this. If Patrick and Lindsay's family members were gung-ho with the prosecution, well, then I could see the prosecution doing, because it's a close tie to the family. You know what I mean? It's you're connected to the family, you're talking to the family, you're visiting with the family. You know what I'm saying? Like you're taking care of the family, right? Because you're trying to give justice for the family. So you naturally, that's why one of the reasons when I'm boots on the ground, I don't get too close to family because it skews your perception and your views. And I conversate and I strategize and stuff like that with family members, but I don't go to fucking barbecues and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a limit.
There's
You know
a
what I'm saying?
professional boundary.
Right. And a lot of people cross those, and that's their forte. But with this, you would think if they're wearing a bow, sorry, let's go down to the picture we're talking about. If they're wearing a bow, they would have a connection to the family, which most prosecutors would, right? Because they're finding justice for their loved one. But in this case, it's not like that.
Yeah, even if
so, why is she wearing a bow? To me, it comes off as more immature-ish, more of a poke at Lindsay.
I think so. I think it's very unprofessional. Even if they were close with the family, I just don't see why. I mean, not in a court.
If you had a connection to the family, I see it, because you're trying to show love and support to the family as a connection. But if there is no connection, if the family isn't all gung-ho with you, there is no connection there's no connection that they have with the family because the family don't like them. So there is no connection. So why in the hell are you wearing the bow? Because you didn't know the kids personally either. The only personal connection that you would wear the bow for is the personal connection with the family members.
Yeah.
To me, that is, she wants Lindsay to see the fucking bow. because it's more of a poke. And that's what they've displayed this whole time in this trial is poke, poke, poke,
Yeah.
poke, poke. Immature shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
go
no,
on a rant there about it, but it pisses me off because it's fake ass shit.
no, it's a good point, and
And I'm swearing.
I agree, and
I need more coffee. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Let me hit mute.
no.
Mm.
I agree though. I think that it's manipulative, but not even in a very effective way, and it's also probably to appeal to the jury to come across as much more compassionate than they actually are, because that's just like you've said before, it becomes a political game, and it's actually showing less compassion. I think I just find it unprofessional. Okay, you can unmute now. I'm done. That's all.
I'm unmuted now. All right, we're gonna switch to. I'm gonna shut up some more. Okay, we're gonna switch to. And by the way, thank you guys for being here. Hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We're going to be checking out Nate Eaton. Love him. Shout out to him. We're going to be checking out his day 15 recap real quick, as we get into the next day of testimony. Dr. Zeisel's going to be on the stand to start off the morning. We got to watch part 1 at the end of the trial yesterday. Part 2 is coming up this morning. So in that first break, we're going to be playing the part 1 after you see the part 2. So if you didn't see part 1 yesterday, we got you covered. We're going to be covering part 1 during that break. But first, we're going to switch to Nate Eaton, this quick recap after we just had our little recap. And he's going to bring up some of these great points. I love Nate Eaton. He's one of the best. He's one of the best.
I agree.
Let's start off with day 15 of the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Oh, and let's not forget the Dwayne Davis Tupac trial, which is happening in Las Vegas. So a lot to talk about, but we're going to focus right now on Lindsay Clancy. The defense resumes its second day of argument today, calling Patrick Clancy's mother, along with some medical experts and psychiatrists, psychologists. They, of course, have said that she is not criminally responsible because she was suffering from postpartum psychosis and mental illness. The state said she was indeed responsible, and they are charging her with first-degree murder. Top moments from today, some of the top moments when Patrick Clancy's mother said that Lindsay was, quote, begging for help. We hear what Lindsay said to Patrick for the first time after they spoke with each other on the phone following the deaths of their children, along with the question, as I mentioned, about mortal sin that the prosecutor asked. Morning started, first witness on the stand. Before we get to that, actually, let me show you the pool photos. Almost forgot, thanks to the Boston Globe for taking these photographs today. You can see kind of a different angle than what we see on the live stream from the video, but some photos from inside the courtroom of the judge and the witnesses, the defense attorneys, the prosecution, whatnot. This is just kind of a look. So big thanks to the Boston Globe for taking those. Now let's get to the first witness. Patrick Clancy's mother, Susan Clancy. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse for 35 years. There was kind of a bond between her and Lindsay because they were both doing similar stuff. Always had a great relationship with her daughter-in-law, she said. She said that Lindsay was a kind mom, a good mom, and then went into some growing concerns that she had about Lindsay's mental health.
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mom. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, let's say November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
What she said?
She felt, mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
She was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person?
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
And when it came time for cross-examination, the prosecution pointed out the time that Lindsay visited the ER was one that she did on her own. She didn't ask anybody else for help. This is one that she did. And in kind of an awkward exchange, you could say, the Commonwealth told the mother-in-law, asked if she was aware that Lindsay did not want the kids staying over at their home.
And fair to say, she indicated to you that she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And in your experience as a nurse, is that's sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the ER doctor gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? The sleep.
Yes.
And when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own car, right?
Correct.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, were they, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over?
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all the belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
Susan Clancy repeatedly said that Lindsay felt depressed from her medications and didn't think that they were working. She would confide in her. And that's when Susan Clancy said, yeah, there were a lot of medications and it was confusing. We were trying to help her. But, you know, as a mother-in-law, you don't want to overstep boundaries, but they also worked in the medical field together. The Commonwealth then asked a question about scripture, which set social media ablaze. I don't know if I've heard such a question asked in other trials. I know I haven't. And it was just something that you can, well, I'm going to let it play out. You can see what the judge does here.
Are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Counsel, could I see you over here? It means you are not to consider it for any reason or any purpose, okay?
I don't know of very many religions where murder, or I don't know of any religions, I should say, where murder is not a mortal sin. That would be every religion. So it was interesting that question came up and then the judge had it struck and the jury was told not to consider it. In fact, every case I've covered, generally, the person who's been accused of committing what could be viewed in the eyes of religious terms as a sin. That's why you're in court. So whether it's murder, adultery, theft, whatever it is, there's something there. The Commonwealth tried to indicate that Lindsay was given options and basically didn't take the choices that she was given to seek care. Reddington's rebuttal reminded the jury that Lindsay was turned away from a hospital that said she was over-medicated and did not have help from other resources.
And you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her therapists or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
She went to Women and Infants.
So that's the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that was the end of the first witness. Then the next witness was going to appear on Zoom, but there were a lot of tech issues. They couldn't get it figured out. So we had a long recess. This seems to happen in every courtroom. It's not just this one. We saw it happen in Daybell a lot, tech issues, Richmond's. We've seen it happen. But finally, the defense was able to swap the order of witnesses and Dr. Donald Condy was called. He's a child and adolescent psychiatrist. He specializes in treating people with mood and psychotic disorders. He said that he reviewed Lindsay's medical records, including the psychiatrist's reports who treated her and the medical facilities. Now, this was not a doctor who dealt directly with this case, but the defense hired him and said, review this all, give us your opinions. starting with Dr. Tuff's records. Remember, she was on the stand last week, the young doctor who had been practicing independently for about a month after her residency when she started to meet with Lindsay Clancy. The witness today, Dr. Condi, was asked, what are your thoughts about Dr. Tuff's records? And he said basically they were kind of sparse.
Did you have a chance to review Dr. Tuff's medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many checkboxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done during sessions.
Were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one. Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
He reiterated that Dr. Tufts gave Lindsay Zoloft, increasing the dose from 25 to 50 milligrams, and that Lindsay then talked about how she had increased difficulties, including insomnia. Lindsay reported being numb, not being herself, and frankly, feeling worse about life. She described what psychosis symptoms can look like. People hear voices. They're not able to rationalize A to B to C. And then dove into the hormones that women experience after birth and the importance of going through these examinations with patients as a psychiatrist.
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something. They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing. Is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay. As opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations.
Visual. And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices?
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as the time went by that she, in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react, she couldn't love, she couldn't feel? Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records. Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have in your experience, in your education, and your research on women that have a baby? What effect does that have on them?
Well, many women experience postpartum blues.
What is postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of...
Thing.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a 50s thing. What's postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people and also is out of reality, are those, or disassociated state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, I mean, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's fairly simple to have blood drawn, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss. So checking hemoglobin levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by delivery of the baby, and some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby, that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They would do most commonly two different kinds of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for actually go down. So thyroid stimulating hormone is telling the body, make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not. The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good candidate for their program.
And this was after getting there at 8 in the morning and leaving there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate, if you read them, that during that period of time, there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman is in postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications, that if you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge, from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care.
Lindsay was repeatedly asked by healthcare providers if she had a plan to kill herself. We've heard that throughout this trial. Because the answer was always no, she didn't have like a written plan. She didn't tell them, yes, I plan to do X, Y, Z at such and such a time and place. She was turned away. And they didn't elevate the level of seriousness, I guess you could say. But it was also stated that this doctor repeatedly said that Lindsay did have suicidal ideations. Was that enough of a warning? That's the question. What are the levels and steps between the two when someone is reaching for help? That's what the jury will need to consider. In cross-examination, the jury, the Commonwealth, I should say, took issue with Dr. Condi only reviewing medical records and not police reports. He only went through the medical records, so they're saying he didn't have a full picture, and reiterated that the Seroquel that Lindsay Clancy took was being tapered down by December. There was a plan to get her off of it. Both sides talked about how Lindsay had heard voices, but the prosecution said she may have said this, but it was only mentioned one day, on the day of the murders.
She wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
Would you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor or minimize their symptoms out of fear?
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records, it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care professional, boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, Council was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
It can be quite episodic.
What does that mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Council asked you about bipolar disorder, the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
It would be considered something to be done cautiously, and usually with a mood stabilizer begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
So if she truly was hearing voices and they only happened on that one day, was that what led her to kill her children? The voice telling her to do so. That's what the jury will have to think about. Then it was time for lunch. After lunch, a new witness, Dr. Elizabeth Lapasota, she's an expert witness, appeared via Zoom, testified in defense for the Karen Reed trial as well. You might be familiar with her. She reviewed the medical records for Lindsay Clancy. She gave her expert opinion on how Lindsay jumped out of the second-story window during her suicide attempt. And Mr. Reddington, Lindsay's defense attorney, showed images or sketches, like diagrams, I guess you could say, of how the scenario could have played out.
The second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists, which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photograph. She then hits really head first, and her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper two diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that. And then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1. The lower right-hand panel there puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
We heard again today that Lindsay coded at the hospital, almost died. She almost bled out and needed a massive blood transfusion. The doctor Lapasoda explained why Lindsay's body temperature fell 16 degrees. It's because she was lying on hard frozen ground that was 32 degrees. Remember, this was January. She had wet clothing on, and a spinal cord injury contributes to the body temperature dropping. In cross-examination by the Commonwealth, there were a couple of contentious moments.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay, but she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not. She did not have a skull fracture.
Right. She didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed. There was no hemorrhaging.
Wow.
There was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct?
Wow.
You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Now, following there was an argument back and forth over how long it took the 3 children to lose consciousness from being strangled with exercise bands. The doctor says it was between 5 to 10 seconds. At one point, the Commonwealth took one of the bands out as evidence to do a demonstration. The resulting debate, Lindsay broke down in tears with her head down while both sides arguing how long it took the children to die. Now, this might, for some of you, might be a little upsetting. It's not. Anyway, they're talking about the children's death and the methods and how long. I just want to give you a warning. It is a little upsetting, but this is what happened in court, and this is what led Lindsay Clancy to break down crying.
Yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around. They went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed unconsciousness within 10 seconds.
Band, doctor, wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Look at that attitude.
I sort of saw what you did. So.
Look at that attitude.
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah,
So witness was done testifying. And then we heard from our...
And then the way she threw the frickin' bag down, man.
And the worst part about it is that what she's saying or doing or trying to prove is wrong. It's not. It doesn't.
What the heck, man?
Like, even when the witness saw that, she went, so?
Right.
What like that
Go on
a
date, you know what I'm saying?
Right, like that has nothing to do with
something.
anything.
Do something before it gets worse. Oh my Lord, lady. All right. We're almost done with this. as soon as court goes live, we do have the feed up, as you can see. As soon as it goes live, we're going to switch back to it. But in the meantime, we're going to keep checking out this day 15 recap. There was so much to it. There really was. And I can't wait to hear more of Dr. Zeisel this morning. In my opinion, the best testimony so far. But here again, we're going to try and finish up this. We're going to sneak in at the finish line, hopefully. We'll see. You know, because they always run tardy in Massachusetts court, so we should be okay.
Our final witness of the day, Dr. Paul Zeisel. He's a clinical forensic psychologist. In fact, he will be back on the stand tomorrow because the defense is still questioning him as of the end of the day today. Licensed expert, 37 years in mental health and the law. He's covered 1,000 cases for both the Commonwealth and the defense, so he's been able to testify on both sides. Reddington asked his expert opinion after reviewing Lindsay's medical records if she was faking any of the mental illness.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Dr. Zeisel examined Lindsay while she was in the hospital on February 4th of 2023. So just a few weeks after the deaths of the kids. That was 11 days, actually, not even a few weeks, less than 2 weeks. She was handcuffed to the bed. She was no longer intubated. She was able to speak with him. Outside the hospital room, there were 2 state troopers, and a nurse was sitting in the corner of the room. And he revealed for the first time the words out of Lindsay Clancy's mouths when she spoke to Patrick. So she asked him to call Patrick. He pulled out his cell phone and called him, but kept it on speakerphone. Remember, this was less than 2 weeks after their children were killed.
She didn't know where she was. Wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
He said he did that out of compassion. He let her use his phone out of compassion, human compassion. He then went on to meet with Clancy over 45 times during his evaluation of her, including while she was incarcerated, locked up. I don't know if she was ever actually physically like in a prison or a jail, but she was in custody. Dr. Zeisel ran through Lindsay's medication list and the symptoms she was feeling. He mentioned disassociation, where you feel like you're out of your body, removed from yourself. She couldn't move. She felt heavy. She didn't want to get out of bed. She didn't want to bathe. And Reddington reiterated that all of the medical facilities that let her, reminded the jury about all these medical facilities that turned her away, that let her down, that didn't help her when she needed it. At the peak of her mental struggles, having suicidal ideations, these thoughts were out loud. She was saying them. And she thought other people could hear them, according to Reddington. Dr. Zeisel said people with psychosis disorders have symptoms intermittently. You can have a really, really, quote unquote, normal day today and tomorrow. And then the next day, you're feeling these voices and hearing these voices and being told to do things. Hallucinations can come and go. And that people that have these psychoses, I don't know how to say that plurally, can still function normally. And they do. They do. That's kind of where the testimony ended for the day. It was 4 o'clock. Judge said, got to cut it off. And so he did. And court will be back tomorrow with Dr. Zeisel back on the stand, with the defense continuing to call witnesses, and then the prosecution being able to cross-examine. So what are your thoughts? What have you thought thus far? I mean, there's so many.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? There's so much to it. And like I said, what you just saw the last couple minutes, that right there to me yesterday was when the defense won and the prosecution had the door slammed on their face. Now, I did come across something where the Lindsay Clancy's parents have raised nearly $900,000 on GoFundMe for the legal fees. And I'm sure all of that is going to Kevin Reddington. I mean, the dude is a boss. I'm sure he's not cheap, as we've kind of watched this whole trial. He looks expensive. I'm sure he's expensive. But they've raised about nearly $900,000 for their legal defense. Let's go ahead and switch it over to the live scene. And let me go ahead and go full screen so we can have that. Whoop. So as always, they're a little tardy, and so we were able to sneak that in at the finish. Here, you know what? In the meantime, let's go ahead. I got a video that we can actually play about that GoFundMe. We'll check that out, and once court starts, we will switch right to it. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We're going to be here all day. We're here all day, every day for the trial, and if you would like to have a link for our trial playlist where you can start from day one, here is the link for that. I think that witness, and I can't wait to get into more testimony from him this morning.
Oh, yeah.
The stuff that he was saying yesterday, and then looking right at the jury too, looking right at the jury. It was like, no, she wasn't faking it. This was serious. This is what she was being told. Even he was even saying that the voices were so loud to her that she thought for sure other people could hear the voices because they were so loud. So that's
I remember that, saying that she thought other people could hear her thoughts. That was crazy to hear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here's this about the GoFundMe. We'll check this out real quick. And like I said, once it pops up, we will go right to it, even if it's in the middle of this video. And again, thank you all for being here with us today.
Lawyers for the BBC have requested a US court ordered the Trump son, Donald Trump Jr., his daughter Ivanka Trump, and her husband Jared Kushner to give documents and testimony in relation to the case.
So I suggest they find a Patrick.
But not just for Lindsay's parents, but for Lindsay herself. What do you make of this? Clancy, this is the mother charged with murdering her 3 young children, has raised nearly $900,000 with donors flooding the pages with messages of support, not just for Lindsay's parents, but for Lindsay herself. What do you make of this GoFundMe page and some of the messages of support of Lindsay?
I mean, this whole case is extraordinary, not just because it's extremely sad, obviously, and that there are 3 dead children at the center of this, and that a woman is going to go away for the rest of her life, whether it's in a psychiatric facility, a secure psychiatric facility, or whether it's prison. But I find how social media operates in these arenas very interesting. Now, we do obviously know that mental health care and psychiatric care is very wanting, especially when it comes to postpartum depression, and in this case, it looks like postpartum psychosis. However, you know, the kind of rallying force that has gone on online in support of Lindsay Clancy and her parents, of already assuming whether she's guilty or not, is quite interesting. Now, obviously, her family, her parents have made significant sacrifices, having moved from Connecticut to Massachusetts to be closer to her when she was going through her mental health struggles, and obviously after following around with the court cases and all of that. But I think social media has this strange way of galvanizing people to taking one side or another, even if the case in question is so nuanced that you can't possibly do that. A verdict has not been rendered, and yet you're seeing all these people saying, no, she's innocent, or no, she's guilty. She's innocent because I went through postpartum depression, which is obviously not the same as postpartum psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
Postpartum depression affects 13% of the female population in the US after they've had a child. Postpartum psychosis is like less than 1%. So I can guarantee you most of the people that are testifying online about the state of their own mental health have not gone through what Lindsay Clancy is alleging to have gone through. But for some reason...
And that's a crazy statistic too, like 1% are going through the psychosis. Like,
yeah,
most go through the postpartum depression, but not the psychosis. And the comment that I just highlighted a second ago from Unforgiven, that was creepy yesterday, hearing about the phone call and the voice, and you know, like, you will do this, you need to do this, you are going to do this, you know. I can't imagine hearing some damn voices, you know.
Yeah, that must be terrifying.
Yeah. And the doctor, Dr. Zeisel, man, he was the one that made the difference, because the most believable, the most understandable, and it really, his testimony, and it was just half of it because we got part 2 today. His testimony really just, if you didn't understand or know or could imagine, his testimony gave it all to you. Yeah, 13%. It is low. I mean, hell, just with the other death from what's her name, I can't pronounce it, but you know who I'm talking about. Do you remember, Rosie?
I know it's Hayden
P.T.
and then Panettiere. I cannot pronounce it either. I do apologize. Yeah.
Hayden P.
Yes.
Hayden P.
And that doesn't matter. And the family have actually asked for $2 million to cover the fact that they've moved house. They've basically ran through their savings. They followed their daughter across the country to support her in her trial. But again, it's so fascinating to watch, and it's really hard to kind of get any common sense commentary through that, because people have just taken a side one way or another.
No, you make a good point. It is very fascinating to see the reaction on social media with some of these trials. Now, before I let you go, Esther Cracker, you've been so generous with your time. Can I get your insights on what's happening with the polls over in the UK?
All right, so we're going to be done with that for now. Go ahead and bring this back up. Oh, I think we got done right in time, because normally when you see the camera shake a little bit, that means that they are gearing up, getting ready to start it off. But then you know they're going to go into a sidebar, so maybe I should get something else ready. Because you know
That's always the safest option with them.
Right. You know how it is with them.
Unforgiven says tardy.
Right. Let's see if I can find something quick here. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. Sparks debate on postpartum psychosis. I mean, that's what it's all about, really. That's what's on trial, is the postpartum psychosis. We know that she did it. She said that she did it. She's not saying she didn't do it. She's just saying that she did it because of the lack of medical treatment and the psychosis. So it's about the insanity. Yeah, let me throw this poll up here real quick, because I want to ask it again. Will this trial end in... Oh, here we go.
Yes, please.
Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Good morning. Thank you for being here with us today.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. Before we get going, we may have a little bit of a delay actually starting at this point through no fault really of anyone. So I just kind of wanted to come out, so maybe we go sidebar, kind of talk about what the schedule is, and just so everybody's aware that we're trying to get this moving. So, Council?
Of course. All right, so we do have a StreamYard poll up if you would like to vote. Will this trial end in a hung jury? You can type 1. All you have to do is type the number. You can type 1 in chat for yes. You can type 2 in chat for no, or you can type 3 in chat for undecided, and it shows the results up to the second. So will this trial end in a hung jury? Type 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for undecided. Now, after yesterday's testimony and today's testimony that I think we're about to see, each day this week I've voted yes. Now, I'm not really sure what I'm going to vote, actually, because I really feel that the defense really put on a performance yesterday, and I kind of am leaning more towards the insanity conviction. But there's still so many questions. I'm sure there's going to be one jury member. I mean, look at the difference in votes right here. Why is it not showing the freaking results? What's going on, StreamYard? Why is it not showing the results? Huh. What the heck? I see a whole bunch of votes, a bunch of different votes. Okay, StreamYard. We might have to try it again. I apologize. I don't know. Maybe it'll catch up. Not sure. But, what would I vote? I think I'm still going to have to vote 1. I'm still going to vote 1 today. But I don't know. It might be no tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know why it's not working. Good morning, everybody. What's up, Fahanda Clark, Andrea, Erica, Tiff, Maddie. What's up? Thanks for hopping in. I'm not sure why it's not working. Maybe because we're trying to stream to Kick this morning? I don't know. Let me see something. Let me get rid of Kick. Let's see if that makes a difference. What the heck? It's still not working. Let me type it again. Okay, let me, I don't know what's going on. This is the first time it's ever happened. So let me, why am I all of a sudden red? The sunlight, maybe? That's probably what it is. Where's baby Angel? Let me try it. Let me open this thing up again while we're waiting here. Let me do it again. Now it shows the results. What the hell? Now it shows the results. Okay. Well, anyway, that was a quick question. Maybe we'll populate it again here in a little bit. Sorry about that. I don't know what the hell's going on. Normally it does all the votes live, and I don't know. It's being weird this morning. So sorry about that. All right. Let me, let's switch to this video real quick. I'm going to take that poll down. 1 second. Oh, we can resume it? Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll see if it calculates it now. I don't know. We'll see. All right, we're going to leave that poll up, I guess. A little technical wonkiness this morning. I'm going to share this video from Fox 5 New York as we're waiting for this sidebar. And once we get back from the sidebar, I'm going to take you right over to that. So in the meantime, this is more discussion about the postpartum psychosis and the debate that it's sparking.
All right, so we're going to talk about a case that, as I mentioned earlier, I have been completely obsessed with. I listen to this every day. I've watched all the commentary on it. I'm one of those people, maybe it's because I'm a mom of 3, and I've been through postpartum now 3 different times, but I really feel like this case is such a huge turning point potentially in the standard of care that women get. And so I wanted to bring in Michelle Thomas, easy for me to say, who is a trial attorney, to talk to us a little bit about this case involving Lindsay Clancy. So Michelle, thanks for being with us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Have you been following this case?
I have, and it's such a tragic case, but I think you made the right point that this is really opening the door to how we look at postpartum depression, as well as any, more severe effects that follow, such as psychosis.
Yeah, I have people in my life who have not yet had children or don't want to have children or are men and can't have children. And they're starting to ask questions like, wow, what was your postpartum experience like? Or did you ever have these feelings? Or why do people say that the postpartum experience, even if you're not dealing with a mental health crisis of depression, anxiety, psychosis, why is it so upending? And it's nice to start to have these kinds of conversations. A lot of these conversations have also been discussed in open court. And so I think people who may not have ever cared, frankly, are now starting to talk about it.
It's absolutely shining a spotlight on really taking women's concerns seriously after giving birth, because what this case is showing, at least through the defense's eyes, is that she was a woman who was desperate to try to find help and was sort of waving a flag saying something is wrong here. I'm either being over medicated or I'm just not feeling well. I'm not right. And what is the standard of care, to your original point?
There were a couple of big names on the stand, but one of the ones that really stood out to me was a psychologist that said that Lindsay Clancy told him she heard a male voice the night of the murders ordering her to kill her children and kill herself. He says he didn't believe that she was faking it. I'm curious, legally speaking, from the perspective of an attorney, how significant is that, not only to the overall narrative, but to proving that she may, be held not criminally responsible for these murders?
You know, Teresa, that may have been one of the most significant testimonies that we've heard in this case, because what the defense is doing is moving this case from the concept of postpartum depression and saying, no, she was actually psychotic, and there were third parties who can verify that. And so she was operating in this sort of distorted, profoundly distorted reality by hearing all these, other voices or a male voice that was motivating her to take these heinous actions. So that is really critical to the defense's theory that this wasn't just a woman who was depressed or, not able to juggle life, but she was literally psychotic leading up to the killings of these children.
I've talked to a few psychologists and psychiatrists about this case, both interviewing them and then also just from my own personal knowledge. And I've heard something time and again that I heard in court today, which is that if you are in a moment of psychosis, if you are mentally unstable and this is what you're going through, it waxes and wanes. But I thought that was a little bit confusing in court today, and I'm wondering how you think that's going to play out, because Dr. Zeisel, who was on the stand today, said that when he evaluated Lindsay, and he did evaluate her at Mass General, I believe it was, when he evaluated her, she knew who she was. She had some vague recollection, a fuzzy memory of what happened, meaning she was essentially grounded in the fact that she had some awareness of what was going on. And I'm wondering, from a juror's standpoint, if you're trying to prove that somebody was mentally unstable and yet telling the jury that she was stable enough to know who she was and that she was at the hospital and that she had sort of a fuzzy recollection of what was happening. Do you think the jury's going to find that hard to reconcile those two things?
Well, I do think it's challenging. And if you're someone who either hasn't experienced someone with severe postpartum depression or been through it yourself, you might wonder, well, if you're able to sort of function, how can you also be psychotic at the same time? But that's the whole defense's point, is conveying to the jury that you can have moments of seemingly sanity and, operating in a reasonable way, but at the same time, still be battling these demons that are ultimately leading to a psychotic state in the moment of such a killing.
What do you think has been, at least from what you followed, because I know you have a day job, so you have your own clients that are paying you in order to fight their cases. So not everybody can sit in front of the, YouTube or TV and watch this. But from what you've heard, what do you think is the prosecution's sort of like strongest point or strongest argument that might resonate with these jurors?
So the prosecution is taking her actions leading up to the killings and saying this was premeditated, that she knew what she was doing and she planned it, then she executed. So the fact that she had done some research and sent her husband to the store to pick up food and medication, and that she had mapped out how long that trip would take him, the fact that she had done some research about suicide and different types of killings, they're saying that that digital footprint lends itself to premeditated planning and that she was absolutely aware. And so they're saying you can be, sad and depressed, but that doesn't mean that you're going to commit this type of heinous crime. So I do think that the forensic evidence and the text messages, the searches, that is what's supporting the prosecution's case.
There are so many people, those who believe that Lindsay Clancy was in a moment of crisis, in this medical emergency, who still want justice for these 3 kids that, of course, were murdered by their mother. And she admits to that. Her attorney has said in open court that they will stipulate that she is responsible for the murders, which also, by the way, probably puts to bed a lot of the rumors about her husband and some of the conspiracy theories that are out there. But I'm wondering, from a legal standpoint, did the Commonwealth of Massachusetts have any other option of a way to bring justice for these kids other than charging Lindsay with their murder?
So that's an interesting question. And I don't know that they had another option when who committed the killings. Whether she's criminally liable remains the issue that's pending. But at the same time, the prosecution has a responsibility both to the victims' families, to the community, to pursue the prosecution, and she was indicted. And so they took the legal steps that were necessary, but morally, certainly there can be debate about whether this is someone that should have simply been committed to some sort of psychiatric facility versus facing trial. But from a legal standpoint, I think the prosecution did what they needed to do.
Can a state commit somebody who has admitted to murder without finding them legally responsible for those murders?
Well, I think that it depends on not without finding them legally responsible, but it depends on, let's say, whether Lindsay herself, the defendant, maybe she would have voluntarily agreed to go into a facility versus facing trial for the murder of her 3 children, for her children. So, in terms of other options, possibly the prosecution could have tried to negotiate with, her and her lawyer. But at the same time, the lawyers, the prosecutors have an obligation to the state, to the community, to ensure that justice is served. And when there were 3 children who were dead as a result of an action she took, certainly people feel like someone needs to pay for that. And in this case, it could possibly be their mother.
So we know that this woman, and I don't think this is a stretch to say this, she's now in a hell of her own making, right? So no matter what the outcome of this case is going to be, Lindsay Clancy never escapes the reality of what happened. Not only the death of her children admittedly caused by her own hands, but the loss of her entire family. She is divorced. Her husband has moved on. I mean, the whole entire thing has completely fallen apart now. Does it matter, though, where she ends up? A prison or a mental institution?
Well, it does matter. And also don't forget about the paralysis that she has suffered as a result of the attempted suicide, jumping out of the window. And so she is certainly suffering. But here we're talking about, it's not necessarily being incarcerated or freedom, because even if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity, she still will be committed to a facility, a psychiatric facility. However, the treatment may be different, the level of confinement may be different. And so it does matter where she ends up, not that she will ever escape the moral weight of what she's done.
Lastly, and this is just something that I have been watching, the internet, I think, agrees with me that what you wear as an attorney in a trial matters significantly. And much has been made about the Commonwealth prosecutors and their collection of bows that they wear in their hair every day to trial. TikTok has a lot to say about that, Michelle. And I'm wondering, from your perspective, ending on this note, how closely do you as an attorney, especially if you're in the middle of a trial, think about and plan what you wear? Is that as important as an attorney as what you say and how you defend your case? Does it all go hand in hand?
Everything matters. Every single detail matters. And that's because the jury is watching. They are observing not just demeanor, they are observing interactions, how you interact with the court, with staff personnel, and they are observing your appearance, because appearance can lend itself to credibility. And so while the jury is charged to focus on the evidence that is presented at trial, certainly it matters how you present yourself from a credibility standpoint when the jury's weighing the evidence being presented by both sides.
I've got to imagine if all of TikTok and all of Instagram and all of YouTube is talking about these bows, the jurors have to be wondering, right? Like, that happens, right?
I'm sure it does. Absolutely.
All right. Michelle Thomas,
So it
thank you
matters.
so much for joining.
Dr. Jeanette Neshawat, family and emergency medicine doctor. Dr. Neshawat, very good to have you with us today. Thank you for joining me. You know, I'm just sitting here listening to this and having dug into the circumstances around this. And I see her family, her mother-in-law, her mother, all there, her sister in support of her. If you were on this jury, where do you think you would be going with this as a doctor, with your training?
Yeah, I mean, first impressions, how heartbreaking and gut-wrenching this is. Could it potentially have been preventable? It just lets you know that, you know, the system isn't perfect and there's always areas and room for improvement. What we do know now, Martha, is the fact that she does have bipolar disorder, and bipolar disorder is strongly associated with postpartum psychosis, which is characterized by hallucinations, where maybe you're hearing voices, delusions, which are false beliefs, and paranoia.
Good morning,
And
everybody.
Sometimes patients may act on those hallucinations or delusions, as we see in this case. And that's why postpartum psychosis is an emergency. You know, I recall working in Times Square. I had a young mom come in with her 3 little kids. She had a baby in her arms. and she told me that she wanted to injure her children. And I immediately, worked with my staff to get her hospitalized, to have her assessed, to intervene so that she didn't cause harm to herself and her children. But it's not always black and white. Psychiatry is a very difficult field. It requires not sometimes, ongoing care, close monitoring, close follow-up, especially if a patient is going to be on a new medication. Sometimes new medications, they can cause you to feel worse before you get better. And that's why I wondered, multiple medications by multiple doctors. I wondered to myself, who is managing and quarterbacking her care? Who is following her closely day to day to make sure she's not deteriorating? Because all the care that she received, it obviously, she slipped through the cracks here.
Yeah, that's not unusual, though, for people to feel like they don't have one person who is overseeing everything. This person sends you to a specialist, that person sends you to someone else, and you just sort of, hope that they're going to be in touch with each other or send each other an email. I mean, do you see any of this as a symptom, and all these medications that she was on, as a symptom of what's going on in healthcare?
Well, that's a good point. And that's why it's important to have a primary care doctor. Like, for example, the primary care doctor is the one that coordinates all your care. Like, for example, if I have a patient that's having heart problems, I'll send them to the heart doctor or the kidney doctor or maybe a pulmonologist. But then I will always have my patients follow up with me so we can collaborate, communicate, look to see what are your conditions, what medicines are you taking for those conditions, are there any interactions, are you improving, are you deteriorating, are you having any side effects? So that's why it's so important to have a primary care doctor or an internist to manage your care, to monitor you closely, to see if there's anything that requires further intervention to prevent any, poor outcomes.
I mean, obviously you didn't examine her, but when you listen to all of this testimony, do you think that she was in control of her actions, or was she psychotic and had a psychotic break? What appears to be more likely to you, just as you listen to this? We understand it's not a medical opinion.
Yeah. Sure. Well, in my personal opinion, I do feel that she was struggling with mental illness, and I do feel she was, desperately seeking to get better, looking for help, seeing doctors, being hospitalized, going to the emergency room, calling the emergency hotlines for help. And it just seemed like that we didn't have communication. There wasn't collaboration. There wasn't consistent interventions to see if the treatment plan that she was on was effective. And clearly it was not. And that's when you have to say, hey, we need intervention. She may have been benefited from another hospitalization, not just for 5 days, to further evaluate what she's going through, what she's experiencing, because postpartum depression is very common. Postpartum psychosis is not common. But when you have underlying mental health condition like bipolar disease, then that can result in bad outcomes if not managed appropriately.
I mean, she called the suicide hotline a couple of times. She checked herself into a hospital, and it's very clear from the family testimony that they were worried. She had said to them, I'm thinking, I have these ideas of harming my children. I mean, I feel for this whole family because it is just an unspeakable tragedy. And they all, are saying that they saw signs. So I'm sure that it's just going to plague them for the rest of their lives. Dr. Neshwat, thank you very much.
Fox News contributor Josh Ritter for more on all of this. So that's the argument. The defense says she had postpartum psychosis. The prosecutors are saying no. She was sane at the time, knew exactly what she was doing, and did it with intent. Here's what the Cleveland Clinic says about postpartum psychosis. It's a mental health emergency, affects a person's sense of reality, causes hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, and other behavioral changes. In severe cases, people with postpartum psychosis may attempt to harm themselves or their newborn. What do you think of her argument, the defense's argument here?
Well, the defense has done an excellent job of really changing the narrative of this case. What they've posed, the question that they posed is essentially putting the healthcare system on trial themselves. They're saying that they failed her by overprescribing medications, by misdiagnosing the mental health issues that she had, that all failed her. And by doing so, that put her on a collision course towards disaster. Now, the prosecution is doing, I think, an inadequate job of explaining to jurors that that really isn't the question. The law doesn't use the word psychosis. The law is not concerned with her mental health diagnosis. The law only wants to know, was she able to appreciate the difference between right and wrong at the time that she was acting, at the time of the murders? And that is going to be the question for jurors, but we'll see. I have to say, you described it as a difficult case. I have to say that I can't imagine jurors having an easy time with this one.
All right, I'll let you put your bug back in your ear. He's got what we call in the business mix plus, where he's hearing himself back slightly delayed. That'll make you crazy. Your mind will literally explode. Doctors, Josh, had her on myriad medications, which kind of read like the entire pharmacopoeia of mental illness. She was on sertraline, lorazepam, hydroxyzine, buspirone, trazodone, fluoxetine, zolpidem, mirtazapine, clonazepam, quetiapine, diazepam, lamotrigine, amitriptyline. Those are SSRIs, tricyclic antidepressants, anti-anxiolytics. I mean, she had so many drugs in her system at one time or another. You wonder how she could even function.
No, and she was pleading for help on top of that. We've heard from her diary. We heard from her family members now in the defense case. She was pleading for help, constantly, earnestly seeking help, and seemingly not getting it. And a lot of that, again, has to do with the mental health care system in this country, that we're now seeing failures. We're seeing instances where a person is saying that they intend to harm themselves, goes to a clinic to seek help, and they're being told that they're being over-medicated and therefore doesn't qualify for help. These types of things seem disastrous. And so, again, the defense has really shifted the narrative to the idea that what more did you want this woman to do? What more was expected of her, given the crisis she was suffering from? The prosecution, again, I think is having a hard time bringing things back to the core issue.
Yeah, her mental state was really illuminated in a text message that she sent to her mother, which her mother read in court yesterday. Listen to her mother reading this.
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
I mean, there was a cry for help, and I understand that there were multiple cries for help. And yet at the same time, she was just given more drugs. She was not committed to a mental institution. She didn't have any real clinical examination of her state of mind.
Multiple cries for help and honest cries for help. The prosecution, again, tried to paint this picture from early on that a lot of this she was making up or that she was faking it. Even the attempt on her own life, they initially said they feel was not sincere. I think they've tried to shift focus from that because it is clear, it's abundantly clear that she was seeking help. Many cries for help, cries to her family members, cries to professionals, none of those being answered in any kind of an adequate way. And you can see really the progress over the course of weeks and months where she was just boiling over at this point that turned into an incredible nightmare. Now, again, the prosecution then has to ask the question, in spite of all of that, with that mental health, those mental health issues, even if she had psychosis and was suffering from delusions, was she still able to appreciate that murder was wrong?
Yeah, that's the big question, I guess. Well, the prosecution called 70 witnesses. I imagine that the defense is going to call probably an equal number. We'll see where this goes from here. Josh Ritter for us with the update. Appreciate it.
The defense in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial called multiple witnesses today, including her ex-mother-in-law, Susan Clancy. Lindsay Clancy has admitted to killing her 3 young children in January of 2023. She has pleaded not guilty to murder charges, arguing she had postpartum psychosis, bipolar disorder, and was over-medicated. Here is some of her ex-mother-in-law's testimony.
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother, wonderful.
Did you find at all, you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
begging for help. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson joins me now. So Jessica, as you know, and we've discussed, the courtroom is about the facts and the law. But trials sometimes carry on larger conversations in America, and there's sort of a multi-layered conversation going on about this trial. One that talks about postpartum psychosis and its reality. A conversation about the mental health care system and can differing doctors miss certain things or overlook certain things. And in the process of trying to treat someone, can you over-medicate someone to the danger of them or possibly their loved ones? A lot is going on here. Your thoughts?
Exactly as you said, that this case is taking on more than just the tragedy at hand. We are having a conversation about mental health issues that people can experience after having children, postpartum psychosis. We are having conversations about the mental health system. And frankly, I think the defense is putting the mental health system a bit on trial in the sense that they're saying that what Clancy received was this fragmented treatment that did not truly treat her and that did not truly understand the depth of her pain and the depth of her illness. And what they're seeing is that she saw a couple of people over Zoom, even one mental health professional, the psychiatrist, the day before this tragedy occurred. And what the defense is arguing is basically everybody missed it. And I think what they're saying underneath is that she is not the only one, that this could happen to somebody else as well.
Of course, the state is saying, yes, that might all be true, but that's not nearly enough. And under the law, there's a serious crime here and it must be prosecuted to the fullest.
Well, that's right, because we know that saying I am suffering from a mental illness, even if it is a very serious one, is not enough to release somebody of criminal liability. When it comes to this particular case, what the prosecution needs to show is that she was able to form the intent necessary to commit these crimes. Specifically, when it comes to this defense of, we commonly think of it as not guilty by reason of insanity. But what is happening in Massachusetts is that the defense wants to show that she was not able to form the intent necessary because she was suffering from a mental illness that caused her to be unable to conform her behavior within the bounds of the law or to understand the wrongness or criminality of her actions. Those major, as you know, are very high bars. It's much more than I'm severely depressed or I have bipolar disorder or even I have borderline personality disorder. If we had a system in our country where saying I'm suffering from a mental illness, therefore I cannot be guilty of a crime, obviously that would look like a hugely different criminal justice system.
About 25 seconds, Jessica. There have been some comparisons online to a 2001 case involving Andrea Yates. Legitimate?
Well, in terms of the broad brush of the tragedy that happened in both cases and the fact that the mothers who killed their children were saying, I'm suffering from mental illnesses, fair. Are there, as you know, significant factual differences between the two cases? Absolutely. Is that enough to make a legal difference? We have to wait to see.
We have to wait and see. Jessica Levinson, always a pleasure.
Right now, in a Massachusetts courtroom, the defense is making its case in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Her mother and sister testified yesterday that Lindsay's mental state dramatically deteriorated in the months before she killed her 3 children. Her mom read this text message in court.
She sent me a text message.
Would you read that to the jurors?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
National correspondent Brian Yennis is outside the courthouse in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Brian.
Harris, it is day 15 of testimony. Right now, a child and clinical psychologist is on the stand as a defense witness. Lindsay Clancy's lawyer says that she suffered a psychotic break and was so unwell she cannot be held criminally responsible for the murders of her 3 children. This morning, her lawyer leaned heavily on the testimony from Lindsay Clancy's former mother-in-law, Susan Clancy, who testified that Lindsay loved her children but was struggling postpartum and, quote, begging for help. The prosecution, though, says Lindsay was sane and not suffering from postpartum psychosis. But in cross-examination, the former mother-in-law was not willing to play ball with prosecutors, who noted Lindsay's symptoms did not appear until 5 months after her son was born. Too late, they suggested, for a postpartum illness.
You're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
Lindsay's ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, has publicly forgiven his wife. He's testified that Lindsay told him a voice made her do it and that her, quote, big spiral began when she started taking new antipsychotic medicine around December 2022, about 2 months before the murders. Lindsay's mother testified yesterday that Lindsay told her that the more than a dozen medications she was prescribed, antidepressants, anti-anxiety pills, and sedatives, were, quote, destroying her mind.
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again. She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
The prosecution rested its case yesterday. They called 70 witnesses to try to convince this jury that Lindsay Clancy was in fact sane and harmed her kids intentionally. If this jury finds her guilty of first-degree murder, she could spend the rest of her life in prison. If they don't find her criminally responsible, she'll spend time at the psychiatric state hospital. Harris.
Brian, thank you very much. Great reporting.
I understand what's happening here in terms of the prosecution not believing that this is really about illness and that she knew and she planned and she got the husband out of the house. But here,
psychosis is at the center of this trial, as you heard Brian talking about it. And here are some of the data. 2 out of every 1,000 women after childbirth have symptoms, which can begin days to weeks after delivery. You heard that in the court case. They include delusions or hallucinations, feelings of paranoia or severe confusion, disorganized thinking or behavior, mania, and severe sleep disruption. Multiple healthcare providers prescribed Lindsay Clancy 13 different medications to try to treat those symptoms over a span of 4 months. While Dr. Mark Siegel, who's about to join me now, and I are talking, I want to put up on the screen, the bottom of the screen, I'm going to ask my team to do this, the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline for free, confidential, 24-hour help for anybody who needs it. 1-833-TLC-MAMA. And the numbers that correlate are 833-852-6262. Dr. Siegel, senior medical analyst, also professor of medicine at NYU Langone Health. Good to see you today. First of all, one of the things that just kind of popped in that recording was how many months later reported symptoms happened with Lindsay Clancy. 5 months, which I guess some of the experts in the courtroom have said that's outside of the band in which they look for them the first weeks or days or first months. Your thoughts?
Harris, the way I'm hearing this story, and again, this is over 3 years later, we're not examining her, we don't have the records in front of us, but it's clear that she was suffering from something that was ongoing. And I don't really accept the idea, well, we're outside the range of some pre-decided period of time. In fact, one of the things that's a...
Thank you for joining. Please hit the like and subscribe if you haven't. We are waiting for the sidebar to be done. It's almost been an hour now. Not sure what's going on. Are they go? Oh, hold on. Here we go. As I speak it, it comes.
Back in session, maybe see.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
please.
Thank you all for being with us. Good morning. We're going to continue with Dr. Zeisel's testimony. Like I said during our break, when we go to break, we'll be playing part 1. So if you did miss, if you did miss it from yesterday, we will be replaying it on the first break.
Before the Commonwealth, draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, gentlemen. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Nice to see all of you. I appreciate you being here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over the questions that you know are coming, and then what we'll do is we'll get right back into the case. So the first question is: any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do now is we broke yesterday. There was a witness on the stand who was testifying on behalf of the defense. We're going to return to that witness at this point. And so if the witness could retake the stand at this time. Yeah. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I'm going to try to just redirect towards the interview that you had of Lindsay regarding her journey. On November 29th of 2022, do you recall which healthcare provider she visited?
I believe that Ms. Clancy saw Ms. Gelada for treatment.
That would be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Do you know what she complained on November 29th that her symptoms were?
She was having issues with unstable mood, depression, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation.
Did she also, on that date, November 29th of 22, complain that she had what is referred to as a flattened effect?
Yes, and that was also paired with derealization.
And what does that mean?
That an individual experiencing derealization doesn't feel things are real when they look around. They don't think that what they're seeing is in the reality that they're in.
Now, at this time, towards the end of November into early December of 22, she was living in Duxbury. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she's living with her husband and her 3 children, 3 young children, correct?
Yes.
And was the husband working?
Yes.
Where was he working?
Pardon me, Attorney Reddington?
Where was he working?
He was working for Microsoft, but in a home office that was in the basement of the house.
And she's obviously taking care of Callan the infant and Dawson and, Cora.
Yes.
And the kids were in school a couple of days a week in the preschool, the Little Sprouts or something like that, right?
Yes.
So did she improve at that point, sir, or did she end up going to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She did not improve. She was getting worse. She did go to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic.
And would that be on December 2nd?
December 2nd, yes.
And what was the reason, what were her complaints that brought her to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She felt that her brain was damaged. She felt that she should kill herself. And she's never going to get any better.
Did she also express fear that people could hear her thoughts and that anything adverse would happen in her life regarding being a mother and having children?
Yes, that's called thought broadcasting.
And what was her concern about the children?
Her concern was that when people could hear her thoughts, her children would be removed from her care.
Now, and keep your voice up, please.
Yes.
Did she indicate, and I quote, that she had bad and intrusive thoughts, and she didn't even feel that they were like mine, telling me I should kill myself, my brain is damaged, you're never going to get better?
Yes.
And did that type of intrusive thought or persecutory thought continue for a period of time?
Yes. So it got worse.
Did it get so bad that she ended up doing something?
Yes, that's correct.
What did she do?
She called the suicide hotline.
And do you know when that was, sir?
That was December 4th, 2022.
Did she receive any help from the suicide hotline?
She did not.
Why is that?
They told her she did not meet the standard of care because she did not have a plan.
Did she call the suicide hotline again, if you're aware?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was? Was that in December?
Yes, I believe that was perhaps the following week around the 15th, but I'm not positive about that.
Did she receive help on the second call that she called the suicide hotline?
No, she did not.
Can you tell us at this point now, we're talking about in December, let's say towards December 15th or thereabouts, what were her symptoms at that time regarding any complaints or observations that she had about paranoia or things of that nature?
Yes. She was having paranoid symptoms of psychosis, and she was getting more depressed.
Did she make any comments about DCF or the police at that point?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, did she ever have any involvement in her entire life with the police?
Never.
And did she express that she was in fear or concerned about DCF and or the police in the middle of December 22?
Very much so.
What did she say?
She was worried that her children would be removed from her and that she would never see them again.
Now, at this point, what medication was she on? First paragraph, page 9.
She started to take, at that point, Seroquel, Remeron, and Klonopin.
Did she make any complaints at that point about the effect, if any, of the medications?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she felt like a zombie.
Did she present with any particular medical observation that you refer to?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, paragraph 1 on page 9, you indicate she presented with anhedonia.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Anhedonia is a word that means without pleasure. When someone has anhedonia, they cannot enjoy life, they don't laugh, they have no pleasure.
Continuing on into December, what was her status of her condition of depression and symptoms of paranoia and intrusive thoughts, et cetera, that we've talked about?
It continued unabated.
On December 15th of 22, right before the holidays, did she go somewhere?
Yes, she did.
Where'd she go?
She went to the clinic in Rhode Island, Parents and Women's Clinic, partial day hospitalization program.
And she didn't get any help there either, right?
That's correct.
Did she go at some point around that same time frame to Mass General Hospital?
Yes, she did.
Now, you knew that she worked at Mass General Hospital for 9 years, right?
That's correct, in labor and delivery.
She wasn't there visiting friends, right?
That's correct.
Why was she there?
She was there in the emergency room to seek help.
Did she get help on that day?
She did not.
So after going to the MGH ER, at some point in December 30th, what did she do?
She went back to the emergency room at Mass General.
Now, for example, on December 15th, did Pat Clancy, her husband, get involved with her medical treatment?
Yes.
And do the medical records indicate that he did something with her?
Yes, he brought her to the partial hospitalization program in Rhode Island.
Did he also bring her to the Mass General Hospital ER?
Yes, he did.
Did he also bring her to see the doctor or the nurse practitioner, Gelater, and complain about the medication?
Yes.
So December 30th or 31st of 2022, she was admitted voluntarily to McLean, right?
That's correct, yes.
How long was she there for?
She was she was there till the 5th. She was discharged January 5th, 2023.
Was that a voluntary discharge? They cleared her as well to be discharged?
Yes.
That was not what is referred to as AMA, or against medical advice, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, that's not AMA. It's not against medical advice. She was following hospital guidelines. She was discharged accordingly.
And she wanted to go to her daughter's some function?
She wanted to go to her daughter Cora's birthday party, which was held on the 7th of January.
Now, at this point, what was her status? Was she weaned off of medication, or on her way to being weaned off of medication when she got out of McLean?
I believe so, yes. She was being tapered down on her medication.
And what was the medication that she was tapered down on?
I believe it was Seroquel and Klonopin.
Did her intrusive thoughts and the paranoia, did that abate? Did that stop?
It did not.
Now, when she was home in the month of January after Cora's birthday, which I think was on January 7th, did she continue to have these intensive intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
Can you tell us, when we say intrusive thoughts, is she referring to intrusive thoughts like you might think of something coming up next week that's bothersome, or is this a indication, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree, of medical certainty as to what she was experiencing at that point in January of 2023?
She wasn't just having everyday thoughts that we all have, reminding ourselves to do something, which we make note of, and then we move on. Intrusive thoughts are unrelenting. They don't stop. They're what we call ego dystonic. You don't want them. They keep interfering with your ability to get through the day.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
And as January continued, she was, to your knowledge, using her computer to look up drugs and interactions and side effects and things of that nature?
Yes.
If a person is in a psychosis, or as I think you said premorbidly psychosis, are they able to do things like look up things on a computer?
Yes.
And you're aware that she actually at one point looked up, can you cure, I think a sociopath or a psychopath or something like that?
It was sociopath, yes.
Is that indicative of her feeling that she is a homicidal maniac and has to have some help, or is that in the same time frame that she was Googling all of the effects of medications on a human being?
Is it an objection?
Yes.
Yeah, sustained.
So during the period that she was Googling, well, let me ask you, what was she Googling?
Googling words about sociopaths, sociopathy. Can you treat a sociopath? What are hallucinations?
What else?
Bear with me one moment, if you don't mind.
Well, you had a chance. Did you look at the Google searches that she had done that's in evidence and the jurors were able to look at it?
Yes.
Did she continue to Google the effects of medication, psychosis, numbness, heaviness, unable to, things like that?
Yes. All things that are related to the way
And if
she
a
was
person
feeling.
is in a psychotic state, are they able to continue to Google and use a computer to look things up?
Yes.
They're able to use a phone?
Yes. People who are in that state can do things that they've done before. New tasks may be difficult, like changing the tire, but if you looked up things on the internet, you can look them up again. If you drove a car, you can drive a car.
Now, the morning of January 24th, I believe she went somewhere. Is that right?
Yes.
Where'd she go?
She's taken her daughter to a pediatrician, a standing pediatrician appointment.
And is it your understanding, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that a person who's in a psychotic state is able to drive a car for a short distance, go to an appointment, and interact and talk to people?
Yes, they can do everyday tasks of living.
So the fact that she's not talking about the unicorns in the corner, and she's not slurring her speech, and she's not unable to walk, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does that mean that she's not in a psychotic state?
It does not.
Would you tell us, after she took Cora to the doctors, and the jurors have had a chance to look at the exhibits, there's photographs between her and her husband, Pat, back and forth. In the afternoon, what did she do?
She built a snowman in the backyard with two of her kids.
Later in that day, Google directions to a restaurant, 3V restaurant?
Yes.
Is that something that a person can do when they're in that type of a state?
Easily.
Did the voices or the intrusive thoughts to your interview and your understanding abate or stop at that point on January 24th?
No.
Did they continue?
Yes.
And did she communicate by text with her husband about getting dinner and getting something from CVS?
Yes.
And what was it? Was it Pedialyte?
Pedialyte or Flexlax. It's a stool softener for her child.
And that's something that was prescribed by the doctor, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense, that if somebody is in a state where they're having these symptoms, that they're able to remember that the doctor wanted the child to have Pedialyte, and she tells her husband to get Pedialyte?
Yes, it does not interfere with that type of everyday living.
She indicated to you, sir, that that evening after the husband had, oh, by the way, was it your understanding from talking to her that the husband had taken trips, gone away for weekends, gone on ski trips, had brunches with his friends, and was out of the house on a regular basis?
Yes.
That night is when the children were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've heard repeatedly about the circumstances of the going out the window and the weather and the damages and the injuries and going to the hospital. Doctor, based on your review of all of the medical records, did you administer any testing, by the way, to her? Like you were talking about psychological testing?
Yes.
And what were the psychological tests that you performed?
Initially, I did a mini mental status exam, MMSE. It's just a common test about orientation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. NSE? What is that?
MMSE, mini mental status examination. Very common test.
Okay.
Demonstrating whether someone has a field of knowledge, who's the president, what direction should travel, and basic things like where are you, what day is today, who are you? And then I did another test as well.
What other test was that, sir?
That's the HARE Psychopathy Checklist, HARE.
What does that do?
That's a measure of antisocial personality disorder.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon the scale that you used to assess whether or not Lindsay Clancy had anti-personality disorder?
Yes.
What was the result?
The result is that she does not have any type of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy.
In addition to reviewing the medical records and testing and meeting with her, did you also interview third parties?
Yes.
Is that referred to in the psychology as collateral contacts?
Yes.
and you reviewed and interviewed a number of people in her family or friends or people in her social circle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, sir, to a reasonable degree? Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Mass General Hospital doing a major research program on postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And did they publish an article, a significant article, regarding the circumstances, symptomology, and things of that nature of postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that the symptoms of postpartum psychosis would be depression? Is that one?
Yes.
Did Lindsay, to your opinion, have depression?
Yes.
And were there indications from your review of the medical records that she felt low, flat, tearful, emotional, crying?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express anxiety, feeling tense, nervousness?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express feelings that she was withdrawn, not able to socialize with people, wanting to talk or be near others?
All of those things as well, yes.
She indicate that she felt tired, heavy, without energy?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she indicate that she was having a harder time taking care of her children?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was having issues regarding personal hygiene, not bathing, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she had severe confusion in actually hearing or seeing things that aren't there? In her case, it would not be seeing, that would be visual hallucinations. But did she complain of hearing things that weren't there, hallucinations?
Yes.
Did she complain of thoughts and beliefs that were not within reality and that she was in a disassociated state, out of reality?
Yes.
Did she indicate that, did you observe that there were circumstances where she exhibited increased energy, activity, productivity, otherwise known as hypomania?
Yes.
Did she complain that she had racing thoughts, a quote, busy brain, end quote, increased creativity?
Yes.
And when she said in your review of the medical records that she was having a busy brain, did she express the fact that she would get confused and that she thought her brain was damaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was she restless and agitated, unable to keep still?
Yes.
Unable to sleep?
Yes, extremely unable to sleep.
So can you tell this jury, sir, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon all of what you have reviewed, all of what we have talked about, all of what you have considered, as to whether or not at the time of this incident resulting in the killing of these 3 little kids, that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, such as that she lost substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her act, or in the disjunctive, was unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
Tell the jury what your opinion is, please.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or a defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one, but she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, Kamal.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So yesterday, when you first took the stand, Attorney Reddington asked you a little bit about your background. Recall that?
Yes.
And you, in this field of being a psychologist and a forensic psychologist, you circulate a curriculum vitae where all that is outlined, right?
Yes.
And fair to say, you testified yesterday, and on your curriculum vitae, you speak briefly about the fact that you have previously testified for the Commonwealth, you said, as well as for the defense, correct?
Yes.
You referred to defendants and respondents, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you've done in the past is to be what's called a qualified examiner, right?
Yes.
You are currently not actively doing those examinations, are you?
I actually have done one, but I don't actively do that anymore.
Okay. And so in those respects, is that when you say you testify for the Commonwealth, is that primarily the work that you would do where you say you testify for the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And in those evaluations that you do, is it fair to say that you're actually an independent contractor with a company that contracts with the Department of Correction on those cases?
Those are what qualified examiners are. That's correct. That's how you become a qualified examiner through the DOC.
Right. And you're an examiner, a qualified examiner, is retained or takes work in doing evaluations in order to perform independent assessments, are they not?
Yes.
So they're not hired by the Commonwealth.
They are, because the company that retains the qualified examiners is hired by the Commonwealth, and these forensic psychologists are then appointed cases to do these types of examinations. So it's under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
So yeah, big umbrella Commonwealth, meaning Department of Correction, an agency that is under the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But as far as when we talk about Commonwealth, like Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, that's the prosecution. In those proceedings, the Department of Correction sometimes is the moving party, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's the district attorney's office who's the moving party.
Yes.
But it's never the defendant who's the moving party.
Never.
And in those types of proceedings, sometimes if you opine a person is what they call sexually dangerous, you would testify for the Commonwealth, right?
Yes.
And if they're not, or if you find that they're not sexually dangerous, you'd testify for the respondent.
Yes, we're neutral.
So you're not testifying for the Commonwealth. You're, as in the prosecution, you're testifying under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
I think it's a matter of semantics, because if you do an evaluation and you render an opinion that this patient is sexually dangerous, when you testify, you are working with the district attorney's office and you review your case with the DA. And the way I see it is that you're testifying for the Commonwealth as an independent examiner, but on that day, you're testifying for the Commonwealth or that DA's office.
And you haven't done that work in closely a decade, fair to say?
No, that's not true.
Well, pre-pandemic, correct?
That's not true.
So when was the last time you testified for the Commonwealth, meaning the prosecution, in an SDP proceeding?
So I was assigned a case through Suffolk County, the Sexual Dangerousness Unit, by ADA, Kelly Ryan, Kelly. And I did that evaluation on July 2nd, 2026.
And have you testified at a probable cause hearing for that?
No, I wrote a report which was in lieu of testifying.
Where you opined that somebody was sexually dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the majority of your work here in Massachusetts over the last few years is contracted with the Committee for Public Counsel Services, correct?
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you were paid by CPCS in the open checkbook for approximately $340,000 worth of time and work.
That's about right. We get paid a fixed rate. It's a government rate that's assigned to all examiners.
And for the fiscal year of 2025, it was approximately $300,000 that you were paid through the Committee of Public Counsel Services.
That sounds about right.
You also indicated yesterday that you have known Attorney Reddington for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you've done quite a bit of work with him over the years?
That's an expansive term, but
It
I
just
work with
requires
him.
a yes or a no.
Yes.
Okay. And you've also testified that you have your doctorate in clinical psychology, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, or you told us a lot about your military experience, but as you sit here today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not. And I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
Right. You told us all about your experience in the military and having that limited ability to prescribe years ago. But as far as you sit here today and in your evaluations that you do today, you don't do forensic psychiatry evaluations, do you?
That's correct. But I just want to clarify for a point of accuracy. I was not in the military. I worked for the Department of State.
I believe I said your work with the military, but thank you. So in here in Massachusetts, you conduct primarily you conduct evaluations in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay. And you are aware that there are particular standards for forensic psychologists working within the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, but just to be a little more clear, forensic psychologists such as myself also work for police departments doing evaluations for fitness for duty. So although they are law enforcement, they're not engaged or accused of any criminal activity.
Well, I'm referring to your role when you come into the court and you testify as you are today as a forensic psychologist. That's what I'm referring to. You're aware that there are particular standards in place by the ABA criminal justice, mental health standards is one of them, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines for forensic psychology?
Yes.
And fair to say that with those standards, they're not required, but people are encouraged to follow them, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And the criminal justice, the ABA criminal justice mental health standards actually identify the different types of roles that forensic evaluators have in the criminal justice system, including evaluating, consulting, and treating, right?
Yes.
And so fair to say standard 7-1.3 indicates that for evaluative experts, the obligation is to make a thorough and impartial assessment based on sound evaluative methods to reach an objective opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so again, in the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines, section 1.02 indicates that forensic practitioners strive to be unbiased and impartial and avoid partisan presentations of unrepresentative, incomplete, or inaccurate evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that a standard you strive to follow?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you indicated that you've been with the case since February 4th of the year 2023, correct?
Yes, 41 months.
And you've authored a report, you said, in June, I believe, of 2026, correct?
Yes.
But you've also offered other reports or updates of the defendant's condition over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you provided a report, an update, I should say, in July of 2025.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And in that report, you identify that as of July 23rd, 2025, that the defendant was residing at Tewksbury Hospital. Do you recall that? Putting that in?
Yes.
And that there was a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Hospital, or Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital. Do you recall writing that?
I don't know if it was a plan. It was a hope and a goal, but it was not an official plan.
Well, I can provide you with your report if you'd like to review, but it reads, currently, Ms. Clancy resides at Tewksbury Hospital with a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital.
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And that she is presently medication stabilized and is in the process of discontinuing most, if not all, psychotropic medications, demonstrating an emerging capacity to stabilize without them. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
So in July of 2025, it was your opinion that she was stable and she would be hopefully, as you say, transferred to a different facility, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that currently she's still at Tewksbury Hospital?
Yes.
And currently she's still taking psychotropic medications?
That's true. Yes.
I think you also write in that report, I'll strike that. Going back to your most recent evaluation in June of 2026, you would agree with me that in an evaluation for criminal responsibility, being a forensic psychologist, it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your reports, correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure you get the facts right, right?
Yes.
Because your evaluation is not just based on what you learn from the individual you're evaluating, but also an independent review, an unbiased review of the records of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So in your report, you indicate that the period of evaluation that you had with this individual is approximately 45 hours. Do you recall writing that and testifying about that yesterday?
I think I actually said I've met with her a total of 45 hours, but the evaluation was more than 35 hours, and I think it was 37 hours.
Okay. And you also said yesterday that in addition to that, you've met with her several other times for a total of approximately 60 times at least.
Not 60 additional times, but in total, yes, since the court trial has started a few weeks back.
Okay. Is that typical for you to spend 35 hours with a person that you're evaluating?
It does happen, but it's not typical.
You also indicated yesterday that one of how you became involved in this case is Attorney Reddington called you and asked you to go check on the, I think you said mental well-being. Is that what your
Mental
testimony?
health or mental well-being. At the time of her admittance to Brigham and Women's Hospital, which was roughly late January 2023.
And your first time there was February 4th, correct?
Yes.
Were you examining her as a potential patient at that point?
I was examining her as a colleague and friend of Attorney Reddington to see how she was faring. There was no predetermined notion whether I would be interested or willing or even offered the opportunity to take the case. I was just going to meet with her, given the fact that she was in a bed in ICU, locked to the bed frame, and no one was able to visit her.
So you went in to visit her?
Yes.
And when you went in to visit her, you indicated that she had recently been extubated in your testimony yesterday. You're aware from the review of the records that she was extubated on January 28th.
Yes. So the difference between January 28th and February 4th, I didn't know the date at that time, but I knew she was able to breathe on her own and express
And you're aware-
verbal language. Yes, expressive language.
You're aware that she had been communicating with staff at the hospital, including psychiatrists, right?
I don't know if I knew at that time, but I knew she had been speaking with the doctors and staff,
Well,
but not specifically who it was.
a person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Overall. Yes.
Now, in addition to meeting with the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she had an attorney that had came to visit her a few times? Not Mr. Reddington, but a different attorney.
Yes, I don't know how many times, but I am aware that there was an attorney, Gelb, who was somehow involved in the case.
Okay, so there was somebody that came in to see her prior to you coming in to see her.
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So it's a sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes.
She didn't know where she was.
Yes.
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
Yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she was able to communicate with you.
Yes.
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
Yes.
And you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes.
And she remembered the number?
Yes.
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
Yes.
So in that voicemail message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
She didn't.
You indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed her love for him, wanted to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels. Different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day?
Yes.
Now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt at calling Patrick.
Yes.
Again, did you remember the number?
No.
Did you have it stored in your phone?
No.
Did she provide you his phone number to call?
Well, it was in my phone. I could just look it up on my phone. I didn't write it down. I didn't enter his name. Either she gave it to me again, or I just looked it up from 2 days prior.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, which it was, do you?
No.
And you didn't write a report about that interaction, did you?
I did not.
So in the second phone call, you were able to actually hear that she was talking with Patrick on the other end, right?
Yes.
And at that time, when you were now second time meeting with her and having this phone call, were you aware that she had already changed her healthcare proxy from Patrick to her parents?
I did not know that.
Did you talk to Patrick in between the 4th and the 6th to find out if he had tried to come in to visit her?
I didn't speak to him at all, so I knew nothing about what his plans or intentions were.
Your testimony yesterday was that she had called him to tell him that she loved him and to see where they were at, right?
Yes.
That was your testimony? Meaning what, their relationship?
That I made no interpretation of what that meant. She left the message and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Miss Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice? Currently.
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. Spoke to other people. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy, and it was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened.
Well, I'm asking you.
But they disclosed, pardon me.
You have to let them finish.
So they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with, and Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children and then to kill herself.
So the same message that she delivered to Patrick that day on the phone, you heard from a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital after the incident occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members.
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she described intrusive thoughts, she never referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did they? Did she?
No, she was referring to...
It's just a yes or no?
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and...
It's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you go through what's called the sources of information. You're familiar with that part? It's pretty standard in a forensic report, right?
Yes.
Where you list all of the things that you've gone through and reviewed in compiling the information for your report.
So in my sources of information, I reviewed the following, but that list is not limited to the following. So there might be other pieces of information that I may have reviewed, but didn't put in the list.
Okay, so not on the list are the Tewksbury Hospital records that you said you reviewed recently, correct?
Yes, the 7,000 pages of those hospital notes. I didn't review all of them at the time of the report.
Did you review records from the Spalding Rehab Facility?
Yes.
That's not contained, though, in your list, in your report, is it?
I don't think it is.
And you don't cite to any of the Spalding Rehab records in your report coming to your ultimate conclusions, do you?
I do not.
And how about the women and infant records? Did you list that in your sources of information section?
I do not. She was there for one day.
Okay, but you've testified about that, right?
Yes.
Did you review them at all?
Yes.
And as far as the McLean records, you don't list the McLean records as a source of information in your report, do you?
I did not, but I did review them.
Now, you've described, and you describe in your report, that you believe that Ms. Clancy was hypomanic, right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified to some extent, and you've written in your report that you identify her as euphoric, excessively energetic for 3 months postpartum. Do you remember writing that in your report?
Yes.
That you note that she exercised early, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that she exercised pretty frequently before birth.
Yes.
And while pregnant with Callan.
And while post-pregnancy with her children as well, yes.
So it was part of her routine, fair to say, right?
It's part of everyday living. Things sometimes change when you have a baby, and a few weeks later, if you're still doing the same exercise, it's sometimes a reflection of something other than committed to fitness.
And you identify what you refer to as a marketing scam, being that Beachbody business, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that that's a series of workouts in a line of nutritional shakes and exercise plans that millions of people engage in across the country.
Yes.
So it's not a scam. It's just a way of a lifestyle choice.
If you do something for marketing and you lose all your money and there's no effort to get that back, it's a scam.
Yeah. You've asked them, you can kind of figure out what his definition is. So,
did she tell you she lost money with the Beachbody?
Yes.
When was that?
It was summer of 2022 after her third child was born.
No, when did she tell you that she lost money?
I don't recall that.
And is it in your report?
It may be, but I'm not sure.
Well, I have it with me, or do you have it up there? Can you look and point to me where she told you, at what point she told you she lost money in this endeavor?
I don't know where it is. If it's here, it didn't seem relevant whether she lost money in a scam after her child was born.
Well,
in terms of the big picture of what we're here for today.
You've described it as a scam because you said she lost money. So wouldn't it be important to know if she actually lost money?
I don't really think so.
Okay. You also identify the 5-mile race that she completed. Was it a 5-mile race or a 5K race?
Well, I wasn't sure which it was. I was told initially it was a 5-mile race. After my report was submitted, it may have been, with reflection, a 5K race.
And you've sat in the courtroom each and every day of this trial, so you've heard all the testimony about the evidence, right?
Actually, I've not been here every day, but I've been here most days, yes.
You're also aware that prior to the kids being born, that she considered herself a runner.
Yes.
Right? She had a treadmill at her house. She went to the gym and used the treadmill. She ran other races.
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that part of the timeline of her medication and her decline is the September time period where she was prescribed the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And you indicate that she had reported, and it's reflected in the records, that she increased the Zoloft, and that's when she couldn't sleep for 48 hours straight, right?
Yes.
And you're aware of what the instructions were, having reviewed everything in this case, what the pill bottle said as far as the plan for the Zoloft?
I'm not sure specifically the incremental plan to go from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams of Zoloft.
Well, I have the bottle, exhibit number 2. Search for me, not Zoloft, right? Brand name Zoloft?
Yes.
It says take 1 oral tablet once a day for 1 week, then increase to 2 tablets daily thereafter.
Right.
Right on the label.
Right. That's 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And again, having been at the majority of this trial, you aware that there were 30 in that prescription and 23 left in the bottle when they were inventoried.
Yes.
And those are pills that were in Patrick Clancy's possession at the time of these events in January. You're aware, right?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle console on the lower part of his truck, the lower part of the middle console in his truck.
So if there's only 7 pills missing from a prescription that requires the person to take a particular dosage for 1 week or 7 days, how did she double the dose?
Well, sometimes when you are given medication, you may have medication of the same exact dosage and the same exact medication another time, and you therefore may have pills that you didn't take the previous month or the month before that, and sometimes people just finish what they've had before and before they go on to the most current dose. So I am aware of what you're referring to, but I don't know if there are other bottles there that she may have had medication still in those pill bottles.
Well, I'm looking at exhibit number 1, a record from CVS Pharmacy, which all of these bottles are from. And the only time a prescription for sertraline is filled is on September 15th, 2022 for 30 pills. You aware of that?
Yes.
So there's no prior prescription for sertraline, is there?
I don't think so.
Now, in your report, you also refer to 1129, and your report on page 8, paragraph 2 says on 1129, Paula Gelada. Is that supposed to be Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
Okay. So it also says that she prescribed Seroquel to treat Ms. Clancy's anxiety, depressed and unstable mood, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation and derealization. Where is that in Rebecca Gelada's record that that's why she prescribed Seroquel?
I'm not sure.
And in fact, you were present when Ms. Gelada testified and said that she prescribed it at 25 milligrams for insomnia, not for anxiety, depression, unstable mood, or psychotic symptoms. Did she not?
It's used off-label. It's sometimes medications are made for many things. Sometimes they're used off-label, not for what they're prescribed for. So that's a medication that is used for sleeping, although it's an antipsychotic.
You're aware from reviewing the records and hearing testimony that that initial prescription was for a 25 milligram dose, correct?
Yes.
I know you're not a prescriber, but you're aware that a dose for treatment of bipolar is significantly higher than 25 milligrams.
Yes.
Now, you've described in your testimony in this court repeated auditory hallucinations about wanting to kill herself or that she should kill herself and that she is damaged or her brain is damaged, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you have a conversation with her in one of these 35 hours about that particular voice or thought or belief?
So when I meet with Ms. Clancy, it's not as if I have one conversation on one of the 35 hours. To have thoroughness and exactitude, one does what we call intra-rater reliability. In other words, over the period of time, to confirm what someone says to you to help endorse the veracity or accuracy of that, you'll ask that question in a multitude of different ways. So I don't just ask once, did you hear a voice on that day? I asked in different ways over time, and her answers pretty much remain the same.
So when you quote in your report, when questioned about the nature and content of these horrible thoughts, Ms. Clancy stated, quote, like a really bad and intrusive thought that I didn't feel like it was mine, telling me I should kill myself, your brain is damaged, you're never going to get better, end quote. Where does the quote come from?
Where does the quote come from?
Right.
She had said that to me.
To you, at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And this is well after the incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records to know that she did not endorse that she was hearing a voice to any of her providers between September and January 23rd of 2023.
So when someone...
Yes or no, sir?
That's a difficult question to say yes or no from, because sometimes if someone says something that's inaccurate, it's not an affirmatory or a negative response. That's misleading.
My question to you, though, was where in the records from September to January 23rd or 2022 did she tell any of the providers she saw that she heard a voice telling her to kill herself?
It's not in the records.
Okay. And you're aware that she has spoken to several forensic psychiatrists and psychologists over the course of this case, right? Not just yourself.
Yes, she spoke to 3 retained experts in April 10th and April 12th of 2026. And then on June 12th of 2026, 1,172 days after I initially met with her, then 1,1220 days after I met with her. That's the third examiner.
Well, you're aware that you're referring to Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, and Dr. Satoff, correct?
Correct.
But you're aware that she also spoke with Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli well before that.
On May 5th of 2023, approximately 90 days more or less later. Yes.
And you're also aware, sir, that she never told Dr. Resnick in a recorded interview, nor Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, or Dr. Satoff that she heard.
Sustained.
Your testimony is that she told you that she heard this voice. Fair to say she identified to you that it was her own voice that she heard, correct?
That's not correct.
So she told you that she heard a male's voice?
That's correct.
When?
On the night of the incident, January 24th, 2023.
No, I'm referring to the fact that you've now testified that she heard this, as you call it, a persistent what's the word you use? Persecutorial voice over the course of time? Was that your testimony?
So
how do you not know the word, lady?
The ongoing negative voices or intrusive thoughts.
How do you not know the word, lady?
Where she felt, in fact, other people could hear those voices, thought broadcasting. So there are multiple layers here of hearing intrusive thoughts.
So,
hearing voices so loud that she believed other people could hear her. Those are 2 separate phenomena, if you will.
In those voices that you are saying she told you she heard about wanting to die or to kill herself or her brain was damaged prior to January 24th of 2023, did she say it was her own voice she could hear? It was her own thoughts?
She did not identify whose voice it was.
Fair to say the only time she specifically said she heard a male voice was when she recounts the events on January 24th of 2023.
Yes, that's accurate.
And you'd agree that there's a difference between the idea that somebody believes their thoughts would be or could be heard by others and the belief that they are being heard by others, right?
Yes, it's a matter of semantics, and it's a level of degreeism. Believing and knowing, 2 totally separate things.
And believing, having a fixed belief like that would be a delusion, right?
That's correct. A delusion is a fixed false belief that is unshakable and not something you get rid of either through your own efforts to tell the voice to go away or other people saying, just, for example, try to stop thinking about it.
And the idea that she believed that something was wrong with her brain, or that if people could know what was happening, that the police might get involved, that is something that could happen if somebody articulates those things, right?
Absolutely. It's common sense.
Now, in your report, you also indicate that, in your testimony, you indicated that on January 5th of 2023, that's when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean Hospital. And I think your testimony was that she went in there on Seroquel and I think you indicated Klonopin, correct?
Yes.
And your report says Seroquel and Klonopin. You recall that?
Yes.
You're aware that based on the medication journal that is in evidence that she hadn't taken Klonopin since November 27th of 2022.
She had a prescription for that, and I think she may have taken some, but may not have been on a regular basis.
But you've seen the pages of her journal to know that she's pretty diligent about saying exactly what she took on each particular date.
Yes.
Leading up to her stay at McLean and even after.
Yes.
Now, kind of sticking with these medications for a second, you have testified, I think this was yesterday, you testified that you were familiar that after Dawson's birth that she had sought some medication, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified yesterday that she was on trazodone, but in fact, she was prescribed Zoloft after Dawson and reported she did never take it,
That's
right?
correct. So after my testimony, I reviewed that and I confabulated the trazodone with another medication, the Zoloft.
And again, you've talked a lot about that the medications that she was taking, the different medications, didn't provide her with any sort of relief. So it's important to know the different medications she was taking and what the reactions were, right?
I don't know if I talked a lot about it. I was asked questions. I answered them honestly. They didn't provide relief. I would agree with that. And that was the whole point of her seeking help.
And her history, whether it be medication history, a social history, a family history, those are all important things overall for you to look at and examine when coming to ultimate conclusions, right?
For everyone, yes, of course.
So it's important to be accurate when you're recalling or reporting that information.
As much as possible as one can be, yes, that's true.
And as far as the medication goes, I think you testified yesterday that she also took medication in nursing school, correct?
Yes, she did.
And having met with her as many times as you did and reviewing all these records, you're aware that those were in fact Prozac, Wellbutrin, and Propanol that she took in nursing school.
That's correct. That was for her what's called glossophobia, GOLLOSPHOBIA. It's fear of public speaking. Most common fear for Americans. 85% of Americans have public speaking phobia. Pretty commonplace. But yes, those are the medications that she took while she was in nursing school to go through the program.
But that's not what you testified to yesterday.
I think I mentioned only one or two medications. She had taken 3.
Okay. And you also mentioned today in your testimony, you were asked about the date of December 15th. And I believe your testimony was that's the day she went to Women and Infants.
I believe so, yes.
If I show you the record, is it fair to say she didn't go to Women and Infants on the 15th, but it was actually December 20th?
Right. I believe she went to the Mass General Hospital ER on the 15th.
And you said in your testimony today that at the Mass General ER, she did not get any help. Do you recall that testimony?
She declined admission to the inpatient. She didn't want to do that. So
you didn't not get help.
So
go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have something called the subjective baseline, the cognitive appraisal theme. Help is in the eye of the beholder. If she felt she didn't get help, that's how she felt.
Well, sir, that wasn't the question. And your testimony was she went to the ER and did not get help. That was your testimony, not hers.
Well, my testimony is based on my evaluation of her. This is what Ms. Clancy shared with me. who am I to doubt what she believes or doesn't believe about the offer for treatment or help? It's her opinion.
She chose to decline the bed at McLean on December 15th, did she not?
Yes.
And she then indicated to the Mass General Hospital that she was going to opt for an outpatient program at the Women and Infants, correct?
Yes.
That's what's in the records.
Yes.
And did she tell you that as well?
Yes.
And as it pertains to the Women and Infants, again, after you review the records, you're aware that a referral had been made to her well before her visit to the ER on the 15th for that same program.
I believe so.
Now, you've indicated in your testimony that it's your opinion that her diagnosis is bipolar disorder with psychotic symptoms, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, you've reviewed, prior to your report, you had reviewed Dr. Resnick's report.
I'm not.
Can I see counsel say that?
Wow. Tremendous performance from Dr. Ziesel. My gosh, the questioning. I'm sitting here going, we could have finished this up like 45 minutes ago, half hour ago, you know. It's kind of getting a little ridiculous. Thank God for the sidebar, because I needed a mental frickin' break too. But I think so. You know, yesterday, and by the way, thank you for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. At the end of the trial yesterday, and really at the beginning of Dr. Z's part 1, we're going to check that out during the first break that they have coming up. We're going to play part 1. If you missed out on Dr. Ziesel's testimony yesterday at the end of day 15, we're going to play that whole testimony during the court break after you hear the part 2 of what we're hearing today. So if you didn't get a chance to check it out, or it's a good refresher, we're going to go ahead and play that during the first break. But yesterday, when we were discussing the trial with Dr. Z's testimony, and then at the end there, I was like, you know what? This pretty much, to me, made it really real in the jurors' minds that insanity is probably the route to go when it comes to vote. And so, you know, to me, the jury, you know, we still have to hear from the prosecution, you know, as a jury member, still have to hear from the prosecution. We still need to hear their argument, right? It's only fair as a jury member. But then you go into court today and you hear the response from the prosecution. I think they lost the jury after hearing the lack of what we're hearing right now. Back to court. Thank you for joining.
Did you
Appreciate you.
review a report of Dr. Resnick in all your sources of information and before you came to a conclusion about diagnosis?
No, I did not.
Well,
oh, she wasn't expecting that answer.
One moment, sorry.
Damn, I could have kept talking. You just had a sidebar. Anyways, stick around when we go to break. We're going to be playing part one of
on page 4 of your report, where you list the
Dr.
sources
Z's
of information,
testimony.
you do identify as number 24, forensic psychiatric evaluation of Philip J. Resnick from 9/27/24. Do you not?
I do.
And so that's something you reviewed.
I didn't draw my opinion.
That wasn't the question, sir.
Well,
Hold on. Ask the question again. Go ahead.
Did you review his report?
That's not the question.
Right, Miss Cosmo? Like they're literally winging it. It's felt like that for the last 45 minutes. I'm getting tired of it. And I'm sure they are too. They're like, damn, we should have been in break already, you know? Yeah, the judges had enough. I mean, you could see he started to, with all the objections that the prosecution was throwing at Dr. Ziesel yesterday, the judge at the end of the day was getting a little tired of it. And I'm sure it got brought in today, and he is getting tired of it too. I mean, we're all getting tired of it, right? Like, come on, let's just move the F on. Like, what are these questions even? Like, why? Why? Let's just get to it. And they're grasping for straws because it's like I said, okay, yesterday they solidified the insanity defense after part one, and we're going to check that out during the first break. Dr. Ziesel, but after the response,
did you review Dr.
this right
Resnick's
here,
report
jury's not
prior
listening
to,
anymore either. We're
authoring
not.
your report or coming to your conclusions about diagnosis?
I reviewed part of that report. And in my report, I perused through the reports. I did not review all of that report from Dr. Resnick or Dr. Spinelli for that matter.
Okay. Now, in talking about your review of records, you indicated that there are several thousand pages of Tewksbury Hospital records, correct?
7,001 page.
And did you review all of those?
I would say I looked through them, but I did not read every word on every page. They do have a tendency to hang together and are replicative as well.
Were you aware that on May 26, 2023, that the defendant was observed by staff in a note stating that she was visible along the unit hallways, self-propelling her wheelchair with her one-to-one staff? She had a visit with her mother who brought dinner for her. They ate and played games during the visit. Are you aware of that?
On May 26th.
May 26th of 2023.
May 23. So 3 years ago and a few months. I don't know that. I don't remember.
That would have been approximately 4 months after the incident and on the date of Callan's first birthday, right?
Yes, but you asked if I remember that event, and I don't.
You don't, or you do?
I don't remember that she was seen with her mother on that day who brought food, and she was seen using a wheelchair to travel down the hallway at the hospital. I don't remember.
If I tell you that was read from page 176 of the Tewksbury Hospital records, would you agree with that?
I would not doubt that.
And on December 24th of 2023, were you aware that the defendant was observed at Tewksbury, monitored on one-to-one for safety, that she accepted medication, meals, and snacks? She spent time in the TV room or sitting outside her room, utilizing phone, and visited with family. Do you recall that, reading that note on page 613 of the Tewksbury records?
Of 2023?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't.
And that would have been Cora's birthday.
Okay.
But would you agree with me that if I read that from page 613 in the records, that would be within that 7,001 page of the record?
I would not doubt that.
How about on January 24th, 2024, where she's observed in a note from Tewksbury State Hospital on page 674, saying, where the note reads, patient was visible in the milieu, engageable with both staff and select peers. Patient accepted select medications as her baseline, that she was pleasant during interactions, self-propelling in wheelchair in the halls, spending much of the morning and early afternoon in her room and hall on her electronics. Do you recall reading that record?
Not specifically.
And January 24th, 2024 would have been the year anniversary of the incident, correct?
Yes.
But if I read from page 674, you would agree with me that that's part of the Tewksbury record.
Yes, I believe it's part of the record.
And on May 26th of 2024, from page 922 of the Tewksbury record, patient monitored 1-to-1 for safety. She's been monitored for high suicide risks, accepted medication, says BFK and snacks. She spent some time in the TV room or sitting outside her room utilizing phone. Would you agree that that's a fair reading of page 922?
I have no reason to doubt that.
Okay. And that she's also observed on that same day, visible on the unit while utilizing her phone outside her room, was able to make her needs known appropriately. Patient was observed playing dominoes with peers in the TV room. That was later in the day on May 26, 2024, which would have been Callan's second birthday.
I would believe that that record's probably accurate. I don't remember looking at that record specifically.
How about on September 30th of 2024, page 1229 of the Tewksbury record, where it's noted that she was visible in the unit, attended startup/coffee group, assisted with she was assisted with ADLs as needed. She was in safe behavioral control for the duration of the shift. And that later it reads, patient visible in the hallways, seated in her wheelchair outside her bedroom, using her cell phone, pleasant upon approach, social with select peers. That would have been on September 30th, 2024, which would have been Dawson's 5th birthday. Do you recall reviewing that in the record?
Not off the top of my head, but I have no reason to doubt that it's not an accurate record.
December 24th, 2024, page 1442 of the Tewksbury records. It says the patient was visible on the unit utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and they brought dinner with them. Patient accepted medications and fluids. Patient in good behavioral control, maintaining safety. No SIB noted or reported. What do you have reason to doubt that that's on page 1442 of the Tewksbury record?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not an accurate reflection of what took place that day.
And what's SIB?
Self-injurious behavior.
And so December 24th, 2024, that would have been Cora's 7th birthday, right?
Yes.
So January 24th, 2025, from page 1514 of the Tewksbury records, where it reads, inpatient treatment goal, to work on my mental health and to feel better. It says, she participated in morning ADL routine with staff assistance. Patient was visible on the milieu at times in the hallway utilizing her phone. No SIB has been reported this shift. Does that, do you have any reason to doubt that that's contained on page 1514?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And the further observations on that day were that the patient was visible on the unit. She was social with select staff and peers and also seen utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and brought her dinner, and they brought dinner with them. That was, again, on January 24th, 2025, which would have been the second anniversary of this incident, correct?
Yes.
May 26, 2025, page 1782 of the Tewksbury records. It says, she did not engage in any SIB. She was visited by her parents this shift. She attended startup group and watched TV. That would have been on May 26, 2025, which would have been Callan's 3rd birthday. Do you have any reason to doubt that in the record?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And on September 30th, 2025 of the Tewksbury record on page 2056, reads, patient was visible in the hallway using her phone. No SIB or behavioral issues observed or reported. Do you have any doubt? Do you have reason to doubt that that is an accurate read of page 2056?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not accurate.
And that would have been September 30th, which would have been Dawson's 6th birthday, right?
Yes.
And on December 24th of 2025, page 76 of the patient notes in the Tewksbury Hospital records, it reads, ate breakfast, refused lunch, took snacks, utilizing phone, assisted with ADLs, spent some time in the TV room, attended PT, resting in bed after lunch. Do you have any reason to doubt that is contained within the Tewksbury records on page 76?
No.
And December 24th would have been Cora's 8th birthday, correct?
Yes.
And on page 152 of the Tewksbury records, January 24th, 2026, of this year. Patient observed for safety, assess mental status, encourage safe behavioral control, monitoring for abrupt behavior change and attempt to prevent escalation or self-harm, encourage patient to participate in groups. That on this particular day, she was also observed compliant with meds, ate breakfast, participated in coffee group, visible in the hallway utilizing her phone, later visited with parents, and had an early lunch. That was on January 24th of 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's within the records?
No.
And that she was later observed to not have any SIB or behavioral issues, again on January 24th, 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's contained within the Tewksbury records?
No. No.
And again, you reviewed or looked at some of them, but not every one of these. But these are already currently in evidence, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit these excerpts as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection? Go for it. All right, that may be admitted. Thank you.
And Dr. Zeisel, as far as the records that I just read in, do you know if in those records it indicates that she slept well on all of those occasions?
I wouldn't know. I don't know how.
Well, you would agree that noting her sleeping habits based on this particular individual's history would be an important thing for the hospital to monitor, correct?
I would agree with that.
Now, in this particular case, well, let me ask you, are you familiar with the concept of confirmation bias?
Of course.
And fair to say it's pretty prevalent in most areas of science and forensic psychology and psychiatry, correct?
It courses all domains of work and life.
And as far as confirmation bias for psychiatry or providers, fair to say that clinicians are warned that they may lean towards or support their own theories and overlook contradictory evidence. And that you have to be aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And again, in forensic psychology, the goal is to render an objective opinion, right?
Yes, the facts come to you. You don't go to the facts.
And there's a danger for clinicians and forensic psychologists of quickly forming an initial diagnosis before having all the information, correct?
Yes.
And that confirmation bias accounts for the fact that a lot of times people, clinicians and providers will cling to diagnoses and interpret subsequent information in light of that kind of already perceived idea. Is that fair to say?
They cling, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. They cling to a diagnosis?
Well, once a diagnosis is reached, they cling to that diagnosis when interpreting subsequent information.
That happens, yes.
And but you would agree that in practice of forensic psychology that it's important not to do that, right?
Particularly with the guidelines of criminal responsibility where you don't need a diagnosis. You just need a mental disease or defect.
But diagnoses are helpful in understanding whether the person was suffering from this legal construct of a mental disease or defect, correct?
That's fair to say.
And it's fairly accepted in the field that if somebody has a disorder or a diagnosed mental illness, that they then in turn suffer from a mental disease or defect. Or could.
Or could, because you can have a phobia. Doesn't mean you have a mental disease or defect. If you're afraid to jump out of airplanes, it can make you ineffective and have a defect or a disease. So yes, it could.
Ask you to keep your voice up.
Yes, Your Honor. So it could, but it doesn't always have to.
Thank you.
Of course.
And you're aware of the danger of this idea of confirmation bias of having multiple relationships and conflicts in this type of work, correct?
Yes.
And that's why it's important not to be treating somebody as a patient when you're also evaluating them for this type of legal issue, right?
Of course, you cannot be the therapist and the examiner. The therapist is an advocate. The examiner looks for the truth.
And do you recall in this case submitting recommendations to the court in November of 2025 about the defendant regarding accommodations for her?
I know in general, but I don't know specifically what those accommodations requests were. I can't remember them.
But you authored and signed a letter dated November 13th, 2025 to the court, correct?
Yes, but I'm saying I don't remember specifically what those recommendations were. I know I did that.
I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking if you wrote the letter.
Hold on. Just ask a question. Doctor, if you listen to the question.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking if you wrote the letter, sir.
Yes.
And in that letter, you refer to providing essential clinical findings regarding the transportation of my patient, Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
And so at various points throughout over the years of this case, you have referred to her as your patient, have you not?
I wouldn't be, I think, able to define her as something else. She was a patient who I did a forensic evaluation of.
Well, you referred to the court outside of this evaluation you're testifying about to her as your patient in this letter from November 13th of 2025.
Right. I evaluated Ms. Clancy, who was a patient. If I evaluated her, then she's my patient, as she is other doctors' patients at Tewksbury and other places that she's been at.
But you call her my patient in the letter.
I wrote the letter. Whose patient would I be referring to if I'm speaking about Ms. Clancy, given that she's my patient? Yes, I wrote she was my patient. That's correct.
And you're aware of, again, the APA guidelines on forensic psychology, where it warns therapeutic forensic role conflicts. Providing forensic and therapeutic psychological services to the same individual involves multiple relationships that may impair objectivity and or cause exploitation or other harm. You're aware of that, section 4.02?
Yes.
And in this particular case, since the beginning, you've appeared regularly in court hearings, right?
Yes.
You've appeared with Attorney Reddington at arraignment proceedings,
At his request, yes.
both here and at Tewksbury State Hospital, where you were sitting next to the defendant.
Yes.
And you also, on February 8th of 2023, participated in a news conference, did you not?
Yes.
It was outside the courthouse here.
Yes.
And you gave an interview with the Daily News where you commented on this.
I just made a comment. That's correct.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to play a clip of the news conference, please.
Mr. Reddington? Why not? All right.
Thanks.
What I can say without going too far is that her affect is absolutely flattened. She's in a very surreal state. It feels dreamlike to her, as she's described to me on multiple occasions. And individuals who present as being lucid, linear, and clear thinking do not make those people not mentally ill. They have the capacity for, on occasion, to be able to do things that they've been doing for a long time. When you have delusional thinking, fixed beliefs that are unchangeable, and hallucinations, namely command hallucinations, telling you to do things, telling you to do things that are malevolent, and you believe those voices that are telling you you need to follow what they say, that's when things go downhill behaviorally, psychiatrically, and familially. And that's what we see in the most tragic of cases for individuals who could be healthy and normal, and quite frankly, because they're paranoid and worried about what others think, they hold back on what they share. And in some cases throughout the country and the world, these are people who one day will be functioning well, but because they have the onset of command hallucinations, which they appear to believe the voice, they have to do something. That's when tragedy occurs. And I think that's is under the overriding rubric that this case falls under.
So, sir, on December 8th of 2023, when you provided that your observations, you had met with the defendant on 2 occasions, correct?
I believe 3 occasions.
Okay. Had you any of the records that have been presented in the course of this trial?
No.
Any of the records that are listed in your sources of information?
No.
And as you sit here and testify today, you've testified to the same conclusions, correct?
What I said was individuals like that present this way. I was not referring to Ms. Clancy. I said individuals who have these symptoms, like the ones I clarified, present that way. That was not an assessment of Ms. Clancy. That was an assessment of people who go through major mental health crises.
But as you sat here today, you've talked about the fact that she had delusional thinking, the fact that she had command hallucinations, the fact that she believed that these voices and that she was paranoid and worried. You've consistently testified about that throughout the course of yesterday and today, correct?
So
it's a yes or no.
You make it impossible to answer that question.
All right, the next question.
In addition to Well, you testified today that a person in a psychotic state can do things they've done before, but it might be hard for them to do new tasks, right?
Yes.
So if it's something that is part of their daily life, getting up, caring for the kids, feeding, making a meal, driving a car, those are things that people do every day and a lot of times don't even have to think about, right?
Yes. No thinking necessary.
But you're
response, automatic response.
You're aware that on this particular day of this incident, on January 24th of 2023, that the defendant took Cora to the doctors, right?
Yes.
And you indicated in your testimony today that it was for a regular checkup, but in your report, you identified that it was for a stomach ache, right?
Yes. She had a stomach ache.
But in addition to maybe her having a stomach ache, she had previously had this visit scheduled, and you're aware of that now, correct?
Yes.
And at the doctor, there was a recommendation made for an over-the-counter medication, right?
Yes.
And the defendant was able to process that information, take it back with her, and then later, not immediately after the visit, but later in the day, search for where to get that medication, right?
Psychosis doesn't lower your intellectual functioning, so you can do all those things. So
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was, did she do those things?
Yes, so that's correct.
Okay. And would you've talked a lot about that a person can operate as normally as they can, but fair to say, if you're in a psychotic state, that person themselves has a significant amount of distress, right?
Yes.
And that in order to mask those symptoms, it requires an enormous amount of control. Does it not?
It depends on the level and the extremism of the psychotic processing. So some people will hear voices that are nominal, they whisper. Some people hear voices that are yelling and screaming. So it's on a range, it's a continuum. So the more upsetting, more powerful, demanding the voice, the more difficult it might be to resist it and do other things. The less, the easier it is.
In all of the time between September of 2022 and January 23rd of 2023, at any point in which the defendant heard these voices about harming herself, she didn't act on them then, did she?
That's correct, yes. She did not act on those. She sought help instead.
One moment, please. Your Honor, I would move to admit the recording played as the next exhibit.
I'm sorry, the what?
The recording that was played, I move to enter it as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
If I can find it. Here it is. Thank you. 284.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Whoa.
Can I sit down, please?
Hold on.
Whoa. Whoa.
Buckingham.
Thank you.
Can she sit down, please?
Have a
What?
seat.
Oh, my Lord.
Confirmation bias.
Look at that face. What the
In the
hell?
field of forensics, interface of science and the law, trial of cases, hiring experts, having people give an opinion that a jury is going to listen to. Confirmation bias means that the individual might want to help out the person that they're testifying for. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
So in other words, if you have a shooting case and you're a ballistics guy, and without the ballistics showing that the defendant's gun shot the victim, the government has no case. They may send an email to that witness and say, hey, I really need your help here. And that might influence them, right?
Yes.
Now you got involved with this case, as you indicated, out of But my request, obviously,
Yes,
compassion.
correct.
The fact you had a young lady that was literally in extreme condition, emotionally, physically, you went to speak with her, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you care for her?
I do.
And is that a violation of the canon of ethics for professionals like you if you care for your patient?
Not at all. Within the ethical standards, it's also noted to do a appropriate and meaningful forensic evaluation. It's strongly suggested you develop empathy and rapport. And when you have those two psychological constructs, you get more information from the respondent. You do not cherry pick the information. You include warts and all in your report. That avoids confirmatory bias, and you avoid confirmatory bias by also not looking at conclusions that other examiners come up with when they render their opinions, and you do your evaluations independent of anyone else. You do it by yourself.
How many times did you see her?
At the time that my report was
No, right about now.
60 times.
How many hours have you put in sitting with Lindsay, either in the hospital or evaluating?
More than that, roughly.
And you have all of that information that you have brought here today to testify to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you confirmed bias? Are you not telling the truth just to help Lindsay out, or is this your opinion based upon your review of the records, your interview of her, whether or not you care for her or not?
Overruled. Overruled.
I am telling the truth. She
Yeah. You can re-ask that question. That answer will be stricken.
So you can't tell someone you're telling the truth. Okay, that's up to the jury to decide. Your opinion is based upon all of the times that you met with Lindsay, right?
Yes.
All of the documents that you've reviewed, all of this, all the exhibits, everything you're aware of, right?
Yes, as well as collateral contacts.
And in the course of your treatment and evaluation of her, one of the things the DA asked you about is the request that we brought to the court for accommodations. Do you recall that question from her?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the request that we had seeking help from the judge was that she not be chained to a van when she's brought into this courthouse
Objection.
for the 5-week trial?
Yes, from Tewksbury to Plymouth.
And her medical condition with her paralysis and all of the rest of the bodily functions that you lose, that's a concern, isn't that right?
Very much so, yes.
And we also had to have the help of nurses that would be available in the event that there was any type of emergency issue, correct? That we had to ask of the
No,
court.
overruled.
Yes, they're here every day.
So confirmation bias, can you tell this jury, is your opinion based upon money? Maybe you like me, maybe you want to help her, or is that based to your best ability as a professional of many, many years?
Yes. Confirmation bias is coming up with a conclusion before you reach an opinion. It's, in Latin, a tabula rasa, a blank slate. You draw no conclusion. The conclusion finds you. And if you don't do that, you are at risk of having confirmation bias.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical and see if the hypothetical fits within your understanding as an expert of confirmation bias. Let's say hypothetically that a young woman is involved in an incident such as this that results in the death of her 3 babies. And that young woman is paralyzed. That young woman is in a hospital. That young woman is facing indictments for triple homicide. And the incident occurred on January 24th, 2023. And it's not until 2026 that the district attorney's office hires 3 doctors.
Yeah. Sustain.
Sidebar?
Oh, he is not having it. He is not having it. Reddington's getting a little annoyed. Fantastic witness, though. Fantastic witness. Waiting for court to resume here. And like I said before, when we have our break, should be coming up here soon. We're going to play part 1 of Dr. Ziesel's testimony from yesterday. So I said a while ago, probably 30 minutes into the prosecution, they lost the jury at this point. Now, yesterday, after part 1 of Dr. Ziesel's testimony, that's what nailed the insanity defense. But the jury still needed to listen to the prosecution. What does the prosecution have to say? They still had the jury's ears. Now we've heard the prosecution. Now we're hearing the rebuttal from the defense. I think they literally lost the jury today after their presentation. Yesterday, insanity defense was nailed. Today, they lost the jury's ears. I don't think the jury's, I think at this point, with all the questioning, and I think we can all agree, good morning, Chair Bear. I think we can all agree at this point where, we see what the defense has to do in response to what the prosecution was trying to argue or trying to create. So we understand the defense has to re-clarify some things about Dr. Ziesel. Dr. Ziesel needs to re-clarify some of the manipulation that was taking place. But I think we can all agree we're pretty much done. I don't know. I this is my opinion. I think I'm really just done listening to the prosecution with whatever other witness is going to be brought up. That's fine if the defense needs to bring up more. I think we're going to be closing up here soon with the trial. I think it's going to come to an end here soon.
You've been sitting here for a little bit.
But
We'll take a short break.
everybody's getting tired. Well, I am anyway, of hearing anything from the prosecution.
With the testimony of this witness. Okay.
All rise, please. Your Excellency.
She looks pretty satisfied. That's the first time I've seen her look at the camera. That's interesting. First time I've seen her look at the camera. She looks satisfied with what's been going on.
Jurors, next to the quorum, this court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.
All right. Okay. And so, like promised, what we're going to do is we're going to play part 1 of Dr. Ziesel's testimony from yesterday. This was at the end of day 15. And let me get that ready. Again, shout out to East Idaho News. We're going to use their copy here. And so this is the first part of Dr. Ziesel's testimony. And as we go through this, roughly a few minutes after it's done, they should be coming back for break. But as I was saying a minute ago, I really think that the trial is going to be closing up here soon. Let me know what you think in chat. I really think that the testimony, we got to hear from the family, we got to hear from all the medical professionals. And then I think Dr. Ziesel was one of their last witnesses that they wanted to end their argument with a bang. And I really think they did. I mean, what better witness could you have as for the defense? And what a poor display for the prosecution to make him all dirtied up. But I really think it's going to be ramping up here soon, probably by the end of the week. Maybe we're going to have a verdict. But I'm really just, we've been seeing this display from the prosecution, the immaturity mainly. And we just saw it on full blast as they're trying to scramble any kind of momentum that they had. What's up, Stone? Any kind of momentum that they had coming into day 16. But I think they knew that the end was coming. We saw the end of the trial yesterday, and it was like, oh, okay, here we go. If you had any questions, they're answered now. So I think we're seeing that display. And I don't know, is the defense going to bring up some more witnesses? I'm wondering if this is the last one. Let me know if you think Dr. Ziesel is the last witness. What a way to end it if it is, right? If you're enjoying the live stream, help us reach more people. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe, comment, and share this out to your socials and friends. If you're hanging out with us, why not have your friends come hang out too? And we appreciate you very much. All right. This is day one of Dr. Ziesel's testimony as we wait for court to resume. Thank you all again for being here. We appreciate you guys very much.
All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennington.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Ziesel, Z-E-I-Z-E-L.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, a Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. that requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5 TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease or defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was it MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a K scale.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multiphasic personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
So, Doctor, let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results of and the interpretation of that test as part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Objection.
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Tell us your history as a psychologist. In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, I have, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth with the exception of Nantucket because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces. That would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I had to be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, T-I-C, Troops in Combat. I'd fly out, usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back from the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small base is. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable, and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping and the phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Ms. Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Ms. Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon.
What day?
February 4th.
So that would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days
later, right?
Yes.
You're also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
That's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
Yes. However, she was also, with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed, but they're handcuffs?
They weren't soft. they were regular, what appeared to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people.
So-
They were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit? I should say?
Yes,
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
she was not.
So she was able to speak.
Yes,
Was she able to move obviously she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up.
she could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No,
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
you are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, with a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Do you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And we socialized together?
Yes.
So we're friends?
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency room records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then. And that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June. And I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody, is that correct?
Objection. All of this.
Yeah, sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why would?
No, overruled.
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific
Objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
Right. Can I see counsel again?
I'll withdraw it.
All right, so that answer, please, Jill, that answer is stricken.
In Tewksbury Hospital, have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a jury?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's...
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing.
All right, please, you're entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant, including the
All right, we'll return now to redirect counsel.
Thank you. So as it relates to the concept of confirmatory bias, sir, in your opinion, with your experience, does the period of time within which an expert is hired by one side or another to evaluate a person and give an opinion, in other words, if it's a compressed period of time as opposed to an expanded period of time, is that one indication of confirmatory bias?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the examiner and the situation. It can be, but individuals who pay attention to that concern should maintain healthful boundaries and not have any confirmatory bias.
What does that mean?
It means stay in your lane.
That's better. Now, one of the things that the district attorney did is took the 7,001 pages of the records from Tewksbury Hospital and read excerpts from them to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay, after she was taken from Social Hospital to Brigham and Women's, then from Brigham and Women's to the rehab, Spalding Rehab, she ended up in Tewksbury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Tewksbury's been very good. I mean, in your opinion, have they been good with her? And
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But nevertheless, that is still a facility that is a state facility, right?
Yes.
And the district attorney asked you about the plan to have Lindsay go to another facility, Worcester, I think it was?
Worcester Recovery Center Hospital.
Is that a relatively new facility?
It's, I believe, the newest facility in the Commonwealth.
And did we have Lindsay evaluated to have her transferred to Worcester Hospital?
Yes.
Was she allowed to make entry into Worcester facility?
She was not.
Why is that?
She was not allowed because she was not allowed because she has pending criminal charges.
That'd be this case here, right?
That's this case here.
And the district attorney took the 7,000 pages in one of the records and apparently went through them to the anniversary of the death of her 3 children, correct?
Yes.
Went through them to highlight each birthday of her 3 children. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, you've been in a lot of mental institutions and facilities in the Commonwealth and out of the state, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the fact that a woman who is paralyzed is propelling herself down the hall from one room to another is indicative of anything?
Not at all.
How about the fact that her mother and father, who have been with her for 3 years and practically missed not one day of sitting with her and bringing her dinner or lunch, is that something that would be indicative of undercutting the fact that the woman is suffering from mental disease or defect?
That's indicative of love. And
how about the fact that she's talking to other inmates or people that are patients? And in your review of the records, would you tell us your opinion as to her level or degree of popularity, bluntly, in that particular ward?
She is extremely well regarded and well liked on that unit by everyone.
Overruled.
How about in reviewing the records, I didn't hear that she's laughing and partying and having a good time while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Did you see anything like that?
No. Lindsay Clancy has bad days and worse days.
And when you speak with her and meet with her, doctor, has she ever mentioned her children? Because apparently, according to the questioning that you underwent, she never talks about her kids.
She does speak about her children.
What does she say?
She really loves them and misses them and thinks of them every single day, almost every moment of the day.
And finally, doctor, I'm holding up what has been marked as Exhibit 1 or I don't know, for identification. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And in your dealing with Lindsay and interview with collateral contacts such as Patrick, do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's called a wish vase.
And what does that mean and what is it?
This is a vase that Ms. Clancy and her husband purchased in Hawaii when they went on their honeymoon shortly after getting married.
Yeah, sure. You see sidebar, please.
Sure. How many
You want to hand this to Chris? They have
All right. Over the Commonwealth's objection, that may be admitted.
285.
Thank you very much.
All right. Commonwealth?
Very briefly, please. Doctor.
Oh, there's more?
How many defendants that you've evaluated for criminal responsibility have you spent 35 hours evaluating?
One.
Is that
One other person.
And how many other defendants have you evaluated that you've testified that you care deeply for them?
I would say one other one.
And how many other defendants have you given press conferences about?
None.
And how many other defendants that you've evaluated have you gone back every day until the lockup to check on?
I was sequestered on all those other trials. I was not even allowed in the court.
Now, you were asked about confirmation bias and given a hypothetical about so if somebody was asked to examine a gun, right? You recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
You were hired by the defense in this case, were you not?
Yes.
And as far as your conversations with the defendant about her children, you're also aware that she continually refers to this situation as my tragedy, does she not?
That moniker of my tragedy, that's just one of the things that she'll say.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what's the reason that, with the understanding of the court permission, that you go to the lockup and see her during this trial?
I go to the
Sustained.
Well, while she's in Tewksbury, counsel kept referring to SID, SI. What is SI?
SI is suicide intention or suicide ideation.
In Tewksbury, excuse me, in Tewksbury, has there been a concern of suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what, as a result of that, SI, as counsel kept repeating to you through the records, is her status at Tewksbury?
What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining.
One-to-one to ensure that Ms. Clancy doesn't take her own life.
And
Please
that
hit the like and
is
subscribe if you
somewhat
haven't.
Similar to the reference in Brigham and Women's Hospital when you were talking with her that there was a nurse that was sitting in the corner of the room at all times. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Inferentially, was able to hear any conversation that you had with Lindsay, right?
I asked those people to leave.
Thank you.
Counsel, could I see just one?
Another sidebar. What's up from Norway? Thank you for hopping in. Let me know what you guys think in chat. Do you think the trial is going to be done in the next couple days? I think so. I think it's going to be wrapping up here very soon. Oh, back from the sidebar already. Right on. Normally these things take forever.
I will ask you again, what, to your understanding, is the purpose of you during this trial going back, as the counsel asked you about, to the lockup with Lindsay?
To ensure that Ms. Clancy is stable and competent to stand trial.
Any concerns as far as her SI?
She's in good hands at the moment, but there's always a concern that sits directly below the surface.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Attorney Buckingham, please.
Dr. Zeisel, in 3 years, she's never made an attempt to harm herself, has she? Other than January 24th, 2023.
No.
All right. Anything further? All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Wow, we're done? Holy hell. We are done, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
It's up to Your Honor as to the voir dire on McLean Hospital witness or Dr. Spinelli. I know.
All right. Counsel, let me see in regards to the timing on it.
All right. We are done for this anyway. But they're not. Yeah. I think after this doctor's testimony, I think it's wrapped up, not only for the insanity defense, but also I think the jury is done listening to the prosecution. I mean, we are all potential jury members. If we haven't been yet, we could be one day. Our opinion, our feelings, our thoughts matter. And you look at our jury pool, which is this community, and
The jury,
I think we're all pretty tired of.
I've got to talk to counsel
Oh.
about a matter that I've got to talk to them outside of your presence. All right, so I thought we'd do it at this point and excuse you till 2 o'clock. We'll take up the next witness. We're going to stay in here and we're going to take up that other matter. All right, and so with that, during the break.
Is it? Are we?
Instructions.
I think.
About it. Don't do any research about it. Don't read anything.
Don't read about it. Don't think about it.
And I'll see everybody at 2 o'clock.
Don't talk about it. All right. I think what we're going to hear is, okay, so I think it was day 14. The defense wanted to introduce a new witness, somebody from TikTok that worked at South Shore Hospital a long time ago, was not working there during the time of period that Lindsay was being treated, but wanted to highlight the atmosphere and such. Now, the judge wanted to hear it, but he wanted to hear from somebody that had worked there during the time that Lindsay was being treated. Is this going to be what we're listening to right here? I think we're getting to the end of the trial, ladies and gentlemen. Will this trial end in a hung jury?
Do the voir dire of Miss Thorndike.
Thank you. She should be right outside.
Will this trial end in a hung jury? And do you think this trial is wrapped up? I think it's wrapped up after today, maybe tomorrow. I think tomorrow is really stretching it. I think it's wrapped up today. But is this that witness? I don't know what her name was. Does anybody remember the name of that? I don't think they even revealed the name.
You solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to this matter.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
Emily Thorndike, Thorndike.
And what town do you live in?
I actually live in Brooklyn, New York, but I summer on Cape Cod. I'm spoiled like that, so I'm in Chatham.
So where do you live now?
Brooklyn.
But where you live? Are you
in Chatham?
Chatham.
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I own my own therapy practice right now, so I'm practicing as a business owner and a therapist.
And what is the name of the business?
It's called Wise Mind Therapy Practice.
What is it?
Wise Mind.
Wise Mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And where is that located?
It's a virtual practice, so yeah.
And how long have you been doing that?
So I had my own private practice I opened that January 2023. And then this past May, I expanded. I hired somebody. So technically it's a group practice, but I've owned my own business technically for, 4 years?
So tell us your educational background, please.
I went to Dover Sherburne High School and I went to Hartwick College. And then I went to Boston College School of Social Work.
And what degrees do you have?
So I have my master's in social, well, I have my BA in sociology. I have my master's in social work, and then I have 2 social work licenses, I guess. You have to get one before the other. So I only go by a licensed independent clinical social worker. So, but you have to get it's very confusing. You have to get 2 licenses essentially.
You have those licenses?
Yes.
Within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Yes.
Now, your employment, can you tell us what your employment history was since I guess you got your master's at BC or something?
Since I got my master's at BC, I did my final year internship at McLean Hospital at their trauma program. And then once I graduated, got my MSW, my master's of social work, and then my social work license, I was offered a per diem position at that program. And I did that position for, I think it was 2 to 3 months. And then I was rehired. I went back to the short-term unit at McLean, which I had previously worked at.
So when you say the short-term unit, is
Yes.
that also referred to as the STU?
Yes, we call it the STU. It's just short-term unit. It's also referred to as AB1, which is admissions building first floor.
Now, are you familiar with this case of Lindsay Clancy?
I'm only familiar about it from what I watched before I was sequestered, but other than that, I don't know the case at all.
And when you say what you watched before you were sequestered, what
Yes.
does that mean? What did you watch?
I think it was not this past Thursday, but the one before that. I'm not going to recall the date off the top of my head, but that's when, you had told me that I'm sequestered and to no longer watch the trial or consume any of it.
So what were you watching?
I had just been watching like the day-to-day, like the live stream, and just, yeah.
Why is that?
I'm interested in the case. I honestly got into sort of watching trials from the Karen Reed trial, and then I wanted to watch this case, and obviously, I worked at McLean, so I was curious to watch it.
And when did you work at McLean?
I started there in 2014, and then I left there in December 2021.
So how many years is that?
Oh, 7 years, 8 months, I think.
And what was the nature of your work? What'd you do?
I started as a mental health specialist there, which I think you can sort of try to summarize as those are the counselors are sort of directly on the unit with the patients. Our main role is to keep patients safe, really. So you're doing a lot of safety checks. You are putting eyes on patients to make sure they're not trying to harm or kill themselves. And we do crisis intervention. So when those things are happening, because they do, we are the ones to intervene. And unfortunately, there's a lot of restraints that happen on those units, and that's one of our main jobs.
So the STU that you referred to, are there a couple of them at McLean? Or?
So I'll try to explain it. When I first started there in 2014, it was 1 unit with 28 beds. During the time I was there was a renovation. They expanded the unit. It's a little confusing, but in 2016, I believe it became 2 separate units operating the same way. So there's short-term unit north, and then there's short-term unit south. And now south has 22 beds and north has 23. So that's why you'll see AB1S or, so they're the same unit, but there's a south side and a north side, if that makes sense.
When you were working in that particular unit, is that the same unit that Lindsay Clancy was in for the 4 to 5 day period?
Yes, I worked on both north and south for a significant amount of time.
And for all those years that you worked there, did you work days, nights, weekends, holidays?
So days and evenings, I preferred the evening shift, but you're supposed to do both, day and evening. I didn't do night. Sometimes you get mandated and you have to work an evening and a night shift, which is always pretty brutal, but I was day and evening.
Now, how about the staffing at STU, your experience?
So there's always I can sort of start with the week, I guess. There's always 4 mental health specialists and 4 nurses during the week for the day shift. And then in the evening, it's 4 mental health specialists and 3 nurses. And then there's 1.5. It's hard to explain. There's at night, there's 3 mental health specialists, and then there's 1 nurse on north and 1 nurse on south, and then there's a nurse that goes in between at night to help both sides.
And how many beds are in the north and the south?
North is 23, south is 22.
And which one was Lindsay in?
South.
Are you familiar with the Code of Mass Regulations or regulations that mandate or require certain staffing levels within that particular unit, the STU of McLean?
Yes, like the Department of Mental Health regulations.
Can you tell the judge what your understanding of the regulations from the DMH would be on staffing?
Yeah, so the Department of Mental Health has to oversee all of the mental health facilities in Massachusetts, and they have specific requirements for safety regulation, for staffing ratios, how the unit has to be set up. You know, for example, there was a renovation while I was there to adjust handles on a sink because you could use it to harm yourself. So DMH, there's usually an annual or biannual inspection, and they will go around and they will look at charts, they will look at the unit, so they oversee everything.
And did they mandate how many doctors or nurses or safety people would be on a particular unit?
Yeah, they definitely have those requirements.
And what's your understanding of those requirements?
I believe, I don't want to say, I'm not sure exactly. Like I know McLean follows those regulations, but I guess there's potential that McLean might go higher than the ratio. I'm not sure. So you have to at minimum have a certain amount of staff, but I'm not exactly sure on that.
Are you aware in this case that McLean forwarded to the district attorney's office and the court certain discovery?
Yes.
Indicating how many doctors, nurses, and
Yes.
safety workers. Did you have a chance to read that?
I did.
All right. Is it your understanding that the requirements of the DMH and minimum staffing on, well, let's say on weekends and holidays, for example, does that change year to year, or is that pretty static?
It's never changed. I mean, it didn't change from when I was there and with that document. So I guess that goes to what, 2023 it was. So it didn't, that was how it was when I started. Well, I guess one caveat, when it changed from a 28 bed unit to 22 and 23, there was, different numbers, because with 28 patients, you have to have, a certain number of staff. But so since it's been 22 and 23 patients on those two units, the staffing has not changed from when I started there and from that document that I reviewed.
Now, you indicated that you, because of your interest, were watching the proceedings on this case.
Yes.
On what, YouTube or something? Or
yeah, whatever
TV?
you can, yeah.
And you had the occasion to hear the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy by the district attorney, is that
Yes.
right?
You mean the direct?
I'm sorry?
The direct of
Sorry,
Clancy.
you're right. It's been a long week. Okay, direct examination. And the focus was on the fact that when Lindsay went into the hospital, it was on New Year's Eve. Is that correct?
Right.
And that she was there for that holiday weekend, and then I
Right.
think the following Monday was a holiday?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the direct examination of the district attorney asking about McLean being number one hospital in the country, McLean having all of these services available to the inmates that are in there, treating them, offering all these fantastic programs on the holiday weekends and the holidays, as opposed to what Patrick had testified to. Did you see that?
We re-asked that question. I think I understand, but.
Okay, when you were watching on the television.
Yeah.
You saw, or the computer, you saw the questioning of the district attorney of Patrick Clancy.
Yep.
You heard Patrick Clancy make reference to the fact that his wife admitted herself into the STU on the holiday weekend, New Year's.
Yes.
Was there all that weekend.
Right.
Into a holiday.
Right.
And the district attorney then questioning Patrick inquired as to whether he was aware that it was the best hospital in the country, that there were many doctors and nurses and staff available and programs available, and Lindsay wasn't interested in any of that, right?
Yes, that's what I took from it.
Now, in your 8 years, however many years of experience that you had, is that what your understanding was in that unit?
No, that's not what I was understanding, no.
So tell the judge what your understanding was from your experience, hands-on, day after day, working in the STU for all of those years.
Right.
But you also were a supervisor of the STU at one time.
I actually wasn't. I became a social worker there. So I guess you could, one way to look at it is that, you know, the social worker and the psychiatrist, you are the treatment team. So you're making all the decisions for the patients. And so the nurses and the mental health specialists, I don't like to create a hierarchy, but they are operating underneath you. So in a way I'm supervising, but I was never a direct supervisor.
Thank you for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't, and congrats to you all. 17.9K. Appreciate
Yeah,
you.
TikTok.
And would you agree with me that you were pretty angry when you did that?
Yeah, definitely emotional.
So tell the judge, why were you emotional when you did that TikTok?
Well, it's a lengthy TikTok. It's about 10 minutes. And I was emotional because I felt like what was discussed in court was not aligned with what my experience was. I noted several things. I'll try to summarize some of them. There was mention that there's individual therapy on the unit. There is not. There was mention of seeing a doctor every day. I felt like there was some misleading of that. You do see a doctor every day, but on the weekends and on a holiday, it's one doctor who's seeing all of the patients. The meetings can be as short as 1 minute. Many patients decline those meetings. And the doctor who's there on the weekend and holidays is seeing 23 patients. So I felt it was misleading to indicate that there's sort of a in-depth doctor session when it's very brief.
How about programs that are offered, like making things out of clay and crayons and stuff like that?
Yes, there's clay on the unit. It's called Model Magic. It's a non-toxic kid. It's it's advertised for kids, but it's on the unit. It's in the nursing station. It's out on the unit. There is a lot of coloring. There's a specific group that I saw in the documents I reviewed called Music and Mandalas. Mandalas are basically adult coloring books. The designs are kind of abstract. You could compare it to like looking through a kaleidoscope or something, and you color them in. And Music and Mandalas is a group where you play music and the patients color.
So you understand from watching the proceedings that you became emotional over is that Lindsay went in on New Year's Eve with some fairly serious
Right.
symptomology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick indicated that they were, quite frankly, pretty bluntly disgusted with the help and the care that was allegedly offered to her, right?
Right.
And you were upset about what you felt was a misleading of this witness based on the questions that were asked. Is that right?
Yes.
And Patrick had made reference to the fact that she was doing coloring and she was in the groups that were sitting there dealing with the clay, and that they felt that it was
Enjoying the live stream. Help us reach more people. Make sure to drop a like, subscribe,
and
comment,
there's
and
very
share this out
minimal
to your
family
socials and
contact
friends. We
when the
appreciate you
main
very
treatment
much.
team
And
is
thank you
not
for
there.
being
So
here.
it's not abnormal that families wouldn't be getting like regular or like in-depth updates of what's going on. You're sort of supposed to wait until the treatment team comes back, whether it's on a Monday or in this case a Tuesday, since Monday was a holiday. That's the team who's going to be working with the patient. So most updates and communication with family and with providers aren't going to happen over the weekend either.
Now, one of the things that occurred, just for the background, is that your TikTok was observed by me, and I tried to reach out to you and
Yes.
couldn't find you.
That's correct.
And then I had a private investigator, Bob Jones, hunt you down, kind of, and ended up in front of your house.
No, Bob and I were sort of chuckling about that because he never ended up outside of my house, but the rest of it is all accurate. So he wasn't outside of my house, but the rest of that was true.
So he was able to locate you.
He was,
He was
yes.
able to talk to you.
He was, yes.
Get your contact information.
Yes.
Provide that to me.
Yep.
And as a result of that, I reached out to you, and then you indicated that you initially somewhat reluctant, but then ultimately agreed to get involved and talk to the judge, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, the district attorney is objecting to your testimony, and I believe they're going to argue that the change from that 1 year period. When did you leave working there?
I want to say my last date was like December 18th. Since working there, you don't get a lot of holidays off. So out of all my time there, I said, I'm going to leave right before the holidays and be able to enjoy that. So I believe it was December 18th, but mid-December, 2021.
2021.
Yeah.
And when was Lindsay in there?
December 31st, right? She came in on New Year's Eve, what would that be? 2022, right? Yeah. Yeah.
So in your opinion, is there a change that is
Right.
significant in the staffing, in the nurse to patient ratio, in the safety issues, the crayons, the coloring and all of that? Is there any change from that 1 year that you left to the time that she was in there?
From the records I reviewed as well, those are exactly the same staffing ratios, and all of the groups are the same.
So there's no change whatsoever.
Not from what I can tell from what I reviewed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Commonwealth?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you are currently a social worker who does their own, a licensed independent clinical social worker, right? That's the license.
Title,
Or when
yeah.
you're saying that's really what you kind of go by.
Yes, I'm a social worker by trade, you could say, but I'm practicing as a therapist.
And you do that virtually?
Yes.
So you don't have a brick and mortar where clients come and engage in therapy with you, right?
No, rent is expensive. So right now I'm all virtual.
And you indicated that in your time at McLean Hospital that you first started as a per diem, and that was as a mental health specialist, right?
I didn't start per diem there. I started at a 32-hour position. The per diem, there's another position I held at McLean, which is called a community residence counselor. That was a per diem position. And then the social work position I took after graduating and before I went back to McLean, the short-term unit, that was a per diem position.
So the per diem role that you had, how long did you do that role?
On which unit?
Well, you just said,
Right.
when I asked you about working per diem, you said you were the community resident counselor.
Yes, I
long did you do
mentioned two per diem positions, so I just wanted to be clear. I believe it was around a year. It was on the side while I was working on the short-term unit. That was the main unit I worked on, but since I was 32 hours, I was interested in that particular McLean program, so I picked up a shift, every so often, but I was primarily on the short-term unit.
As what, though? As a mental
health specialist, yep.
And so you said once you got your master's, you took on a role of clinical social worker there, right?
So yes, I did.
And that was in September of 2019?
Yes.
And you said you had a chance to review the records that were sent over by McLean, right?
Right.
Now, when you were a social worker from September of 2019 to December of 2021, what was your schedule?
So I would come in around 9. You could view it as sort of normal business hours. My clinical rounds that I did with all the multidisciplinary staff was at 9:55. So that was kind of a little bit of my start time, but generally probably like 9 to 5, you could say.
And was that Monday through Friday?
Yes. I did cover weekends on occasion. Social workers, you're not required to, but it's kind of highly encouraged. So, every once in a while, I would cover a weekend as a social worker.
And you're aware that the records that came from McLean Hospital indicate that during the time period of January 1st to January 15th of 2023, that the social worker role was a day position that was Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
And that on January 1st, which was a Sunday, there was no social worker there.
Yeah, I saw that.
And on January 2nd, which would have been the observed holiday for New Year's, there was no social worker there.
That's what I saw.
Okay. And while you would pick up shifts, the majority of your schedule was 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
From 2019 to 2021.
Yeah, I mean, I did regularly pick up weekends, but yes, primarily I was there during the week.
Okay. Now, you provided Attorney Reddington with some kind of like typed up notes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you outlined kind of what your experience was on the unit and how inpatients were, how inpatient experiences went, like the schedule and that kind of thing. And you noted that as far as the treatment team, which you referred to yourself as a social worker, worked with a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
And you identified that in your experience, there was 3 teams, red, green, or blue.
Yes.
But you are also aware that the records show that every day during the week, that the treatment team of a social worker and a psychiatrist, there was 4 social workers and 4 psychiatrists that were on shift.
Right.
So where's the 4th?
So the numbers aren't equal. So the medical director often took residents. So he would have a little bit less of a caseload. The lead social worker on the unit, she would go in between the different units. So she would take a smaller caseload on one unit. So for example, I had 8 patients on my caseload, but one of my social work colleagues would have 6. So it's not an even distribution of the 3. Some of the doctors and some of the social workers just carried a different number of caseload. So,
but your testimony today, after having now reviewed the records, is that it's always been 4 social workers, 4 doctors.
Yeah, I didn't say that there wasn't before.
Well, we don't. That's why you're here, because we don't know.
Yeah, I just thought I answered your question. So, but yes.
And you came aware of this case by watching the trial, right?
Yes.
And so, would you say that how many days of the trial did you watch?
All of them up until that point.
What point? What day?
I'm not remembering the date exactly. Not last Thursday, but the Thursday before.
What was the last content of testimony that you remember watching?
I believe it was maybe Patrick's friends, or I was aware that there were doctors testify. Mr. Reddington made sure I was not watching anymore, and that there were doctors coming up that were particularly important for me to not watch.
And you were asked by Attorney Reddington here about observing that testimony or the direct examination of Patrick. And I think he mentioned where it was referred to that McLean was the best hospital in the country. Do you recall that being the question that was asked of Patrick Clancy?
I don't recall.
And in fact, the Commonwealth didn't ask about his opinions of the status of the hospital, but did just verify with reference to records whether or not he knew his wife participated in particular things that were contained within the records. Did you see that in the testimony?
Yes.
And so you're aware that the testimony actually was that, or the question was, were you aware that she declined groups?
Yes.
And that's based on records you've never seen, right?
Correct.
And as far as the contact with the staff and the doctors, meaning nurses or social workers or whatnot, you haven't reviewed any of those records, right?
I have not.
And so you don't know the extent. You don't know the extent of what the interaction was with the nurse and the patient, do you?
I mean, there are some general guidelines that you have to follow. I can't tell you the content within them, but for example, mental health specialists, you're not supposed to meet with a patient longer than 20 minutes because you have other things to do. So I can't speak specifically to what happened in those conversations, but I know the general gist of how everybody's role works.
But you, when you say everybody's role, did you ever perform the role of a nurse?
No, but I work directly with them. I'm operating on the job description. It says specifically you're under the direction of the nurse. So I worked directly with nurses.
Do you go through the same training as a nurse?
No.
As far as what your knowledge is of mental health specialists, fair to say the last time you were employed as a mental health specialist there and did that work yourself was in May of 2019.
Yep.
And then you transitioned to being a social worker where you worked closely with the psychiatrist and primarily Monday through Friday.
Yeah, psychiatrists, the nurses, and the mental health specialists, you all really work together.
And you can only attest to what you would put in a note, right? As far as your contact with a patient as a social worker.
No, you have access to all of the patients on the unit. So I'm able, and it's not a HIPAA violation to do that because we all work together. Sometimes I cover other social workers' patients. So I do have access. You have access to all of the records in every patient's file. So you can read everybody's notes.
I guess my question, and that probably was a bad question, but my question is to you. When you are the social worker for a patient on the treatment team that you've described, you enter the information into the note for the social worker that becomes part of the record.
Correct.
And those are your words, your observations, your contact.
Correct.
You don't write them for other people, do you?
No, but we have to follow a certain format. So for example, we have to write a biopsychosocial note, which is a fairly lengthy assessment, but that's a social work. You know, I learned that in grad school, so I don't know how everybody writes their notes, but we have to follow a pretty strict format to write our notes.
And is it your testimony that McLean requires only that each social worker spends a particular period of time or a max amount of time with each patient to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I have 8
Please hit
patients
the
on my
like,
caseload,
subscribe
so
if
I
you
have to see
haven't.
8 patients every day, and so you are limited with how much time you can spend with them because there's several other tasks I have to do. So you really can't spend a significant amount of time with your patients.
That wasn't my question. My question was, does McLean tell you that you can only spend 5, 10, or 15 minutes with a patient?
Yes, it's directly told from the people above me. It's something that's communicated in a way where you could sort of get in trouble if you're not doing that. So yes, it comes directly from McLean.
And do you have any information, having left there in 2021, that the same people supervising the social workers were giving those same instructions?
I mean, no, I don't know that.
Do you know anything about how many people were actually occupying beds between January 1st and January 5th of 2023?
No, it obviously has a max of, but so I don't know how many patients were there, but you can have up to 22 there. So yeah.
And you've also indicated in your notes to Attorney Reddington that sometimes the people that are there for a particular period of time have the ability to go out on passes for weekends.
Correct. Yes.
Does that, in your experience, did that tend to happen around holidays?
Yes.
And so you don't know between January 1st and January 5th of 2023 who might have been assigned to a bed there but out on a pass.
Thank you, Mia, for the 10 joules floating heart. Appreciate you very much.
And that would affect how many people are actually occupying the beds would affect the ratio of staff to patient during that time period, right?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I mean, it's the same amount of staff there. Are you saying like they're
right,
meeting
it's the same amount of staff regardless because it's by shift, right?
Right.
So if the unit has 22 beds in it, but say 5 people are off on a pass for that weekend, then the same staff that are there for the entire weekend have 5 less patients.
No. You're still assigned. Every patient has to be assigned to a mental health specialist and a nurse. And so when you go on a pass, there's a limit. And day and evening shift, like the limit of the pass is 8 hours. So no matter what, you have to check in with your staff person before you leave for your pass, and you have to check in with your assigned staff when you come back. So there's no patient who's not assigned to somebody. It's just they might not be on the unit the whole time when you're on your shift.
Okay, so if they're not, they might not lose a patient on their load, for instance, but that person isn't there that they have to check in with every so often, or they have to check in with about groups or keep track of or meet with, right? If they're on a pass and they're out of the facility for 8 hours, they're physically not present, and that worker doesn't have eyes on them.
Yeah, you only check in once per shift anyway. So if they're going, you check in with them before, and when they come back, you check in with them after. But yes, you're not checking in with them when they're off the unit.
And you don't know what the numbers were?
No, I don't.
During that time period? I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Rankin, I'll hear you on the motion. You may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think it's obvious that the witness has an educational background. She certainly has the experience, interestingly enough, of that very unit that Lindsay was on for that period of time. She's well aware of the staffing, indicated to you that the staffing ratio to patient, et cetera, has not changed according to the items that the government has brought here today. That at the time that she was there, it was on a weekend. She indicated about the the weekend staffing, the holiday staffing. Indicated that they have these coloring programs and programs that Patrick was relating to, and indicates this skeleton crew, if you will, in a sense, on that particular period of time in the holidays, which is very corroborative of what Patrick had indicated in his testimony. So, I'm not looking to bring her in to disparage McLean Hospital. They've done a good job of that themselves. I'm bringing her in to just have evidence as to what Patrick's testimony was relating to what his wife went through when she was in McLean, to corroborate the fact, as opposed to what was raised on direct exam with the government when they were questioning him about all of these wonderful programs that she apparently was not interested in participating in, which is very, very, I would argue, improper inference for the jury to consider.
All right. Kamal?
Your Honor, would object to the witness, and even now after the voir dire, I think it's clear that the best evidence of what the defendant was provided by way of care, treatment, however you want to call it, is the record in and of itself. It's the record from McLean that documents each and every contact she had with each and every person that was on staff during the time period she was there. Now, just to be clear, there's been some indication that she went there on the 31st of December, but the records are clear to say she was transported, and she didn't arrive at McLean until the early morning hours of January 1st. So that's when the records start, and they document her each and every day and each and every step of the way, consistent with how Dr. Goodhart described the process of how you're intake and then how you go through the day and what the general schedule is in the contact with the treatment team. This witness is offering no more information than what's contained within the record, and no more information that's what's contained in the records that were just received for the trial subpoena. And I would suggest to you that the fact that she, in her last role as a social worker from 2019 to 2021, where she was a day staff person that worked Monday through Friday, that wasn't there on the weekends, that she does have a limited amount of information, and it's attenuated, more attenuated than we initially believed, from the dates in which the defendant was at this particular hospital. So I would suggest, or I would object and argue that the best evidence is the records in and of themselves, the records that now have been subpoenaed that can be admitted to identify the particular staff. I'd also like to point out that counsel is referring to offering this to rebut certain inferences or certain statements that the Commonwealth made in the direct examination of Mr. Clancy, but no one has said that McLean is a #1 hospital. That wasn't the testimony. That wasn't the question put before him. It was simply what he knew, what he observed, and if he knew what was contained within the record. So there's been no presentation of evidence that would suggest that a person needs to come in to dispute that the groups are the groups. The court and the jury can see from the record what the groups were, and they can make their own decisions based on what they described them to be in the record, if that was treatment or not treatment. I don't believe that the Commonwealth presented it as treatment. I believe the Commonwealth presented it as resources available to the individual while they were there at the hospital. The treatment piece or the therapy comes from the psychiatrist, which this witness can't testify to because she's not. So I would object for her to being called as a witness for those reasons.
All right. All right. Well, I'm looking at this really as a kind of two issues. First is late disclosure of the witness, and I'm not, and that goes into a whole different analysis, and also analysis under Rule 403, which is relating to relevant evidence. And as that rule proposed rule says evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of, that part doesn't apply. First off, I find this witness credible. I find that, and I appreciate her being willing to offer the information that she has, but that's not always the whole finding on this. And so under cases such as Taylor versus Illinois, Commonwealth versus Dunning, Commonwealth versus Steinmeier, a couple other cases, I have to look at a number of factors. The first is prevention of surprise. Well, the Commonwealth has been aware of this issue for at least a week or so, so I'm not considering that. Evidence of bad faith, there's no bad faith I see from either side in naming this or calling this person at this time. There's the prejudice to the other party. I think there's just limited prejudice, if any, to the Commonwealth. However, though, the final two are the issues that I think are more relevant in this. One is the materiality of the testimony in this. And I find that there's limited materiality, that's hard to say, because mainly this witness hadn't worked there for a year. So there's at least a gap between when she worked there and when the relevant time period is here. There's also, I imagine, different personnel that are working on different shifts. And so there's kind of limited value to that testimony. I also, I don't remember any five-star type inferences. In fact, so I'm not going to, that's going to be measured by the jury. But I didn't see any mentions that this was a five-star facility. And then also the concern is, or the factor is, the effectiveness of less severe sanctions. And I would find that the records that have been brought in pursuant to the subpoena in the last couple of days from McLean's talks about the staffing levels on holidays and not on holidays. So if there's a question of whether or not there was a quote unquote skeleton crew that was on for those, at least the first 2 days of this time that Ms. Clancy was there, that's reflected in the records. There also in the records here is a list of whatever programs were offered and also when they were offered. So if there's a question of less programs being offered on a holiday than during the week, those are contained in the records. And so I'm going to deny the defendant's motion to call this witness, but I am going to allow the defendant, if the defendant wishes, to submit those McLean's records specifically regarding the staffing and the programs that are available, not just on that weekend, but for the week. And I think there's records in there for the week before. So there could be a comparison between what was available to Ms. Clancy during the week and what was available to her on a holiday weekend. So that's going to be my finding. I'll issue a written ruling on this, but I just kind of wanted to give the parties at least some idea, as well as the witness who's been here, I know, a couple of days. I just kind of wanted to thank her for that. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2:15. And we'll come back and resume the trial. Okay?
Thank you.
They're lying to us.
All rise.
They're lying.
Duly
Oh.
noted. Thank you.
Oh. All right, let me let me hide this poll because it's hiding my face. Thank you. StreamYard poll. All right, we are finally at the lunch break. We are going to go back. Like I said earlier, we promised we got part 2 of Dr. Ziesel as we started the live trial coverage this morning. We are going to go back to the rest of Dr. Ziesel, and then we're going to listen to some Dr. Condi as well. Both testimonies that took place yesterday. I really feel like we're wrapping up. I think the trial is wrapping up. I think when it comes to the witness that we just heard, I totally agree with the judge. Limited value, did have some, but very limited. Definitely needed to be heard from the public and from the courts, but not from the jury. I definitely agree with it. Was a very limited value. And like I said, when it was first introduced a couple days ago from the defense, you know, should we hear from this witness? Yes, but only if we can hear from a witness who actually worked there during the time that Lindsay was being treated. Because things can change, things can happen, things can change. You know, to say that it's just like the way it was a year or two, it could be. It very well could be. Statistically, probability, yes, it's probably the same, but there's always that 1% that could be different. So I totally agree with the judge. I think they were listening to this witness so the judge could determine whether or not it should be part of the trial, because I really do think we're getting to the end of it. I think it's going to be, if not the last witness, I really feel like it's going to be one of the last witnesses. I really don't. You know, when you're covering trials and you see how it always, you know, there's a script, there's an outline on how these proceedings go. And I mean, look, if they had other witnesses to bring up, I would just scratch them off. I would just end the defense on what you showed us yesterday, end the defense on what you showed today. And I really think that's going to be plenty. What do you guys think? Let me know. And then also, we do have a poll. Will this trial end in a hung jury? The StreamYard poll is open. Type 1 for yes, type 2 for no, or type 3 for undecided. I want to say thank you to everybody as we continue this coverage. We just hit 17.9K for subs. Let's get to 17. Let's get to 18K, right? Let's get to 18K. Shout out to y'all. Thank you all. Please hit the like. If you haven't subscribed yet, please consider doing so. And share this out to your friends, because if you're hanging out with us, why not have them come hang out over here too and join the conversations. So as promised, we are going to take you back to part 1 of Dr. Ziesel's testimony. We covered some of it during the first break, and we're going to go ahead and watch the rest of it. And then we have some testimony from Dr. Condi after that, which is just as important, and that was from yesterday as well. And I really think, I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you think it's wrapping up? I really think that I don't know. I think we're going to have closing arguments tomorrow. Let me know what you guys think. And again, here's part 1 of Dr. Ziesel from yesterday.
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Do you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And we socialized together?
Yes.
So we're friends?
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then. And that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June. And I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody, is that correct?
Objection. Oh, this.
Yeah, sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why would?
No, overruled.
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific
Objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
Right. Can I see counsel again?
I'll withdraw it.
All right, so that answer, please, Jill, that answer is stricken.
In Tewksbury Hospital, have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a juror?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
Is there an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's and then, of course, transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection. Approach.
Can I see counsel?
while you're evaluating her, whether it be in Tewksbury or visiting with her here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, etc.?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callan, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Here is the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times
And
to
did she see
other
doctors?
people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she was prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required, she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves? What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes.
What was that?
That was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially, is that correct?
Yes.
Was it increased?
It was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later.
And
Yes.
how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes.
What was that?
Her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew
But
people.
who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
She saw, I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes.
And did she continue to deal with South Shore perinatal?
Yes.
When at some point, did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load or.
So she was transferred.
She was transferred.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors were looking at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah.
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General emergency room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, fair to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them. Sometimes
she expressed at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody.
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day, they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations. But hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, hi, how are you? I'd like to have a hot dog?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Rank, it's 4 o'clock. Is this a good time to?
Sure.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. Counsel.
Good afternoon, doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work, doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri, with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field, Doctor?
Yes, in 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly, since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. Had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a city of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005, when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant, testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
I am, as it were, yes.
All right. Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way. Did you look at police, Did you look at police reports?
Yes.
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay. No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes. I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory Toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. Mr. Jeffrey Drake Graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And Your Honor, could I? We all know what it is. Could I argue this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
It's the prior.
Yeah, so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah. Judge, copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit. It's just you can kind of follow along with testimony. And at the end, you can ask to pass it back for us. Mark that.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, that you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay. Three of the children? One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you would...
Do you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing that that's better. Then we can go back, we'll get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising?
Yes, on Callan, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would appear to be on occasion fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and it would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, Doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not. No.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And You don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Oh, many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound, is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia, or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on the wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So
Just so you know, I think that's the first page that you have, so just.
Yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yes, so what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured. And I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists, which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photograph. She then hits really head first, and as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that, and then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1, the lower right-hand panel there, puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she gets her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed the number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area, and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the T thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body. It's documenting all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s. So she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of her injuries?
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I had, doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on. So wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body. And also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, Doug.
Tree spray?
Thank you. Dr. Luxon?
Yes.
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations in unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have a safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free falling body. Yes.
Okay. But she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right. She didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
She needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed. There was no hemorrhaging. There was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs. Let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs.
Wow.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show me. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
I'm asking the questions.
I mean, whatever you want, we'll do it.
Showing you here photo of the top of the defendant's head. No.
Yes, I see that.
Cuts, no swelling, correct?
We just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head?
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was a yes or no question, doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Brady, if you want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and that had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct. As we
And
see there.
she fell head first to the frozen ground and with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
There's a reason neither one
To
of them
put
are
the
married.
photographs we're just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
1682.
Ain't no man putting up with this shit. Or woman. Too much drama.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in state of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked, unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was.
Well, that was a yes or no question.
Well,
It's not a yes or no question.
All right.
Defense can follow up.
Hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you, Doctor, wait for a question.
You were also asked
sorry.
in that same trial, doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature, that was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that it's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all three, you said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
Yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around, they went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
With continuous pressure, pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen. Absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain. But the way they get there, that's leading up to that, is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you. Greg.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops, like that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those tubular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right.
They're not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me was they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or a knot would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times. Yeah, I can tell that from the appearance of the skin on the neck.
The attitude. This is evidence that you're slamming down on a table, Miss Prissy. This is evidence. Slamming evidence down. My God, go on a date, get a drink, woman.
Band, doctor. Wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did, so.
What was that?
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
My God.
All right. All right. Thank you, doctor. All right.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
What a sweet old lady. Having to deal with that shit. My gosh. And that's evidence. These bands were wrapped around them poor babies' necks and just can't even control your own emotions. It's no wonder neither one of these women are married.
Yeah. I think that she thinks she comes across as very powerful that way. Meanwhile, I don't think it's working.
Eye of the beholder, huh? All right, we are back. Day 16. Thank you all for being here. I'm sure they're going to go in a sidebar.
All right, sure.
Yep, here we go. So let's go ahead and switch it back. In the meantime, I'm going to reread an article that we read this morning as we got into the show. Who are Jennifer Sprague and Shannon Buckingham, the Clancy prosecutors? no ring. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Shannon Buckingham are prosecuting the case against Lindsay Clancy, a Duxbury mother accused of killing her children in 2003. I'm going to skip the dumb stuff. Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague has worked at the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office since December 2003. I would assume that they were rookies that have only had this job for a month, but it's kind of crazy. Jennifer, the one that you just saw, has been doing this for 23 years. Kind of crazy when you think about it, right? You think you'd see more self-control. According to her profile, she has tried 28 homicide trials and more than 40 superior court cases involving SA, firearms, narcotics, DV, as well as hundreds of district court cases. Sprague earned her bachelor's degree in political science from Bridgewater State University in 1999 and her Juris Doctorate from New England Law Boston in 2003. She was admitted to the Massachusetts Bar on December 12, 2003, according to the state's Board of Bar Overseers. And during the trial, Sprague has presented several pieces of physical evidence, including the children's pajamas and pill bottles prescribed to Nancy. Now, this is Shannon Buckingham again. No ring. Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham has worked at the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office since 2011. Somebody else, I mean, really. 2 decades here. She served as chief of the Family Protection Unit at the District Attorney's Office, her profile says. Buckingham earned her bachelor's degree in political science from Stonehill College in 2003 and her Juris Doctorate from Northeastern University School of Law in 2011. She was admitted to the Massachusetts Bar on November 14th, 2011, according to the State Board of Bar Overseers. In this prosecution's opening statement on July 27th, Buckingham noted how Cora Clancy's 5-year-old daughter liked to wear large bows in her hair. Buckingham has worn several bows in her own hair throughout the course of the trial, just as she has today. So those are the prosecuting attorneys and a little background. And we know Kevin Reddington. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. We hit 17.9K just a little bit ago. Thank you all for the support and love. And let's try and get to that big 18K coming up. I don't think it's very far away. So if you haven't subscribed, please consider doing so as we wait for them to come back from the sidebar. Let me see. There was there something, Rosie, that you wanted to check out while we're in this sidebar here?
There were just a couple of things. It's not a channel that I'm familiar with. I sent you one short video. Oh, there.
Hold on, we're back. We're back.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. She's looking down like, I wonder what a ring finger would look like on my other hand.
Probably.
Good luck, lady. You know, it makes me want to look up the background of these prosecutors, you know. You develop that negativity. You're just like, man, I want to dig up some dirt on you.
Yeah, you kind of wonder how it happened.
Yeah,
what do you
got? What do you got? What kind of skeletons you got? Like what kind of phone conversations these two have with each other, you know, outside of the trial. I bet they got a whole lot to say about their
Thank
coworkers,
you for
you
your
know.
patience, and I'm going to ask you for some more patience. All right. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, we're going to excuse you until tomorrow morning. All right.
What?
This is not something we saw coming, but you're not to speculate about what it is. You're not to hold it against either side. It's just
What
something
happened?
that we have to deal with.
What
All
happened?
right? And so I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning.
Whoa, what happened?
I'm going to remind you, as I have every night for the last number of weeks, don't do any research about this case. Don't talk about it. Don't read anything. Don't watch anything about this case or similar cases. And with that, we'll bring you back here. We will deal what we have to deal with, and we'll get right back on track. We are still well within the timeline that I gave you regarding this case, but it's just something we can't control. So I'm going to...
Was there a leak?
Excuse you till tomorrow with my thanks for your patience.
Was there a leak or something?
And I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.
All rise, please.
Don't tell me one of the jury members saw. Don't tell me one of the jury members saw the testimony that they weren't supposed to. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. What happened? What happened? What happened?
I mean, all we know is that it was completely unforeseen. That's all he said.
Whoa, there was a leak. There was a leak. Something leaked. Something leaked out. Unforeseen event. They didn't anticipate.
All right. Maybe we can be seated. Anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
Thank God we're not a jury, right? And we get to see this.
We will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
What? What?
What? All rise.
I bet Bling City. I bet Bling City. But here's the thing, though. That's what whatever the TikToker does is the TikTokers. But the jury didn't see it. The jury didn't see it. And he tells the jury, don't talk about it, don't think about it, don't discuss it. So that to say, oh, don't go watch this TikTok, that's not it. Whoa, I wonder. This question is going to be the question for the rest of the night until we talk tomorrow and we figure out what's going on. Let me know as we end the show. If you're on replay, drop it in the comment section. If you're in the live right now, wait for the stream to be done and come back in and type it in the comment section. What do you think took place? I'm thinking that somebody from the jury pool got on their phone and said, you know what? We deserve to see what she's saying. And they pulled it up on their cell phone and they watched it live. Oh, I don't know what else it could be. Rosie, what else could it be?
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
He already tells you, don't watch it, don't think about it. So to sit there and think like, oh crap, they're going to watch something that ticked. Nah, They're not supposed to talk about it. Something happened inside.
I don't know. I don't know if.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine, but I feel like it has something to do with her. The TikTok lady.
Something to do with the TikTok? Yeah, I think they
Yeah.
watched it. I don't know. Something. Holy hell, you guys. Holy hell. Oh, shit. Well, that be that for today. Holy hell, we had that long. I mean, thank God we got to see that other testimony and stuff like that
Yeah.
from yesterday. It was a good refresher. Tied in today. Boy, we might have to, I don't know. I might open up the phone lines tomorrow morning and we'll see what people think it could be. And then we'll
Yeah.
find out. So think about it overnight. Come back with us tomorrow morning as we cover day 16. And I think I'll open it up for a couple phone calls or something. You can let us know overnight after you're thinking about it. Let us know what you think. What you think it could be. I think one of the jury members saw the testimony. We'll see though. Holy crap. Holy crap. Also, we are going to be, well, hey, do you want to share some of it right now before we end the show, Rosie? Some of that TikTok stuff?
Oh, I don't have it prepared, but I was going to get
Oh,
it
you
for
don't? Okay.
tomorrow.
Well, we'll go through it tomorrow. We'll go through the TikTok stuff tomorrow in before the trial starts. We'll take a couple phone calls. We'll see what you guys are thinking, what it could be. What a total derail of a day. That was wild. That was
Yeah.
wild. Wow. Well, it's an early day, I suppose. So enjoy the beautiful weather, the afternoon. Have a peaceful and positive evening. If we don't see you back here tonight, we will definitely see you back here tomorrow morning for day 17 with some day 16 recaps, some TikTok, and some live calls. Thank you all for being here today. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't, and make sure you hit the notification bell to all. That way you get notified anytime we go live or upload content. Love you guys. Please stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.